Okay. And we should be live for the last round of the Grand Swiss. The pairings were extremely interesting. Now, we see that Alireza is playing the Dutch defense with black. As you all know, I'm a big fan of the Dutch defense. He plays, and Bluebaum, being a German player and teammate of the Keimer, plays Keimer system. I call this Keimer system. With b4, and b6 is a very solid way of replying. Black is slightly worse because of the spatial advantage, but it's very, very solid. It is playable. So, okay, some pop-ups I get for some reason. Why do I get these pop-ups? Okay. So b6, e6, it's very much like Queen's Indian. Has some perks, and but this is incorrect. White must play b5 and then he must strive for the c5 break. After this, black's life is just much easier because white has only one plan with c5 here, but the pawns are indirectly protected. Still, a little bit better for white, yeah, that's true. So let's see. Yes, knight e4 is correct, and then black has to get this knight to a5. Perfect blockading piece, hitting the pawns, and then bishops in the center. Looks very nice, actually. So, so I don't see an advantage for white, to be honest. Maybe a little, expecting bishop b2. This move was expected to recapture here and then play a5, but massive trades. The only thing is that black probably thinking about leaving this structure intact in case of white plays d5, then this pawn is protected. Then in that case he needs to do something like knight c6, yeah. So I'm thinking knight c6, and if take, knight d2, this will be extremely interesting situation. And now rook a f5, the ancient suggestion is very strong, because you don't play d5, yeah? You want to play knight a5 and protect this pawn. At the same time you create some pressure here. So, and if you take on e4, knight d4, tactical solution. So bishop c3 and black is already better, yeah? So white cannot really take this knight here. So interesting, but okay, let's see this Giri game. And Hans appears to be playing an inferior endgame here because white has a strong pair of bishops, potential opening in the center. And Giri is very good with pair of bishops and the endgame. So let's see if he can convert this advantage. The line that is played is pretty famous, d5, and everybody takes here, but e4 is also, I think, playable. But yeah, take. This is pretty famous line. Check, trade, and bishop e2, yeah. And again, pair of bishops, superior pawn structure. These guys played each other the legendary matches in blitz games, so they know each other well. Let's see what Keimer does. Keimer's playing black. And surprisingly, white plays queen d3 to stop knight e4, and black plays g6, and this is well known, especially white plays a3. So black assumes this kind of waste of time. And it's starting to look like Hippo, which is kind of crazy. a6, you need to play, if you want to play c5, so that knight doesn't come after this pawn. So c5, d5, and take, and now black has to play, he must play b5, otherwise he is going to get much worse, because if white locks the bishop, he might lock the bishop anyway, but the thing here is that, you know, black has this b4 thing, potentially rook e8, and also the bishop comes with the tempo. So, but still advantage white, because this bishop is pretty bad. Yeah, so that's why the Hippo is not being played at the professional level, of course. Simply because gives too much advantage. Although in this case, knight d7, the computer is very enthusiastic about black's position. I don't really see why, but apparently white's advantage is minimal. Um, Black does have comfortable developments. At least he knows where the pieces are going. The knight goes here, the bishop goes to f5. So it's still kind of huge game. Bishop g5 with idea of f4, bishop d3, getting these central squares under control. It's pretty standard. f4, and if knight goes here, which he should, with the idea of getting the bishop, white must play this, stop that. But then of course trade. And queen a5, and suddenly, especially after the trade of these pawns, this knight is kind of vulnerable. And if you play knight e4, knight h5, black is apparently better because this rook is coming to b2. A lot of tactical motives, yeah. But this is Benoni, and I've never seen Keimer play Benoni before. So I'm very curious what's gonna happen. So, what is the live game? Curious. Alright, Liang. The situation in this tournament is very strange. There are like 5 people at the top. There is a humongous number of people half a point behind. Huge potential for that group, somebody in half a point below, to catch with the leaders if they win. Yeah. And there are only 2 spots for qualification. So g3 is very, very solid way for white to play for an advantage. Knight f6. And this move provokes c4, but I think c4 must be played in this position. I mean, especially if you're getting provoked like that, you kind of win a tempo. So c4 cannot be bad here. I don't understand why black is playing this, but okay, it's probably theory. Mystical theory. Yeah, this looks familiar. Black often sacrifices the pawn, but usually it's Abdusattorov who sacrifices stuff, yeah? But he's playing Liang, I mean, very talented American youngster. And according to the engine, black is fine, especially with the white king castling to the queen side. Very interesting. No clue. White still cannot take this pawn because of this bishop e3 thing. Alright, and you don't really want to open all the lines, so king b1, and then rook a c8. The question is why not knight e5, probably, yeah? The reason you don't play knight e5 is because after e4, white can get cements his central pieces, and then extra pawn is kind of felt. So you want to keep the tension. Yeah, you want to keep the tension. So there is no e4, and rook g1, h5 probably stops g4, bishop f3. And now we have a real problem, like how does white play here? How does black play here? Queen e5 looks reasonable, g4, take. And then we have this tactical thing, and black gets his pawn back pretty much because of this. Alright, let's go to the heavyweights. Spanish with d3. This is necessary to avoid all the marshals, pre-marshals, anti-marshals, sub-marshals, etc., etc. So d6 is famous. Now knight c3, bishop e6 line was pioneered a while back, but Michal Sarin plays rook b8, which is a very interesting move. The Spanish is very rich. The opening is very rich with ideas, and there are so many ways to play this opening for both colors. So it's incredible, actually. The idea of rook b8 is probably black is foreseeing a4 and opening the file. This rook is kind of needed here. Morning, Arsenal. Well, okay, it's afternoon now, yeah. Yeah, I overslept a little bit. But okay, all games are in progress. It's still in the theoretical phase, most of them, so we didn't miss much. Alright, h6, standard move, prevents knight g5, also bishop g5. Sorry, my nose is itchy. Knight d5, okay. That's the whole point of knight going here. I mean, you can also go knight e2, knight g3, but then bishop goes to e6, okay? So, and the whole point of this knight was to play knight d5 if black plays bishop e6. But black doesn't play bishop e6, then what do you do? Yeah, so maybe you should be still patient, yeah? You can play rook e1, bishop e3, maybe even bishop a2. And this looks like to be the main line. And then, of course, black plays this, which is bishop d8. And then black can still avoid this thing, yeah. I remember I played like this with black. It didn't always work out, but it was okay. And then you must take here, yeah. 97. d4 is playable, but then after e4, you know, black is fine, okay? But if you play c4, this bishop is kind of close now. Still, this is pretty playable position. Kind of c6 must be played, and the big question, why don't you take with a knight? Oh. But if you take with a knight, then again, pair of bishops, yeah. So this is complicated position. c5, why not d5? Because you have this, and then what is this, yeah? And then it's very unclear. Again. But pass pawn. But black has queen and knight versus bishop and knight, and this bishop is not that great. But apparently the ancient thinks it's still advantage for white because black pawns on the light squares, targets for the bishop. Potential f3 is coming, and it's a problem. So Spanish is very complicated. White played knight d5 immediately, but then black can take on d5. I'm surprised he didn't. Yeah, normally you take on d5 the moment this knight comes. Okay, and bishop f8. You can also play that. The idea is if you take on d5, then knight kind of can go here, which is fine. And queen g6. And now bishop e6 is kind of necessary. This is, you need to play this if you want to play 5. But normally you play it here instead of this move. You play this here, knight g4, and sometimes the queen goes. Yeah, but you need queen g6. Yeah, you need queen g6 and to stop knight e3, bishop h3. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. f4, take, bishop takes, and there is tactic with knight e5. Again, this pawn is hanging, and but you need to calculate this really well, which I don't think Michal will have problem with calculating. He's a good calculator. Take 97, and the big question, what is this position? Yeah, and it should be equal. This should be equal. All right, in the game what happened, h4 is correct. Remove the queen from this very strong position, and then white is going for f4 and try to get pressure. Bishop e6 is a must, but now white can play this, yeah. It's kind of unpleasant because the queen goes here, take, rook takes, there's g3. Still playable, but for black now to play 5 is not easy at all. Yeah, knight comes here. All right, Hans game. Hans is in for a lot of trouble because Giri gets better bishops, free advantage, and a good center, and this will be a very long game. If Hans defends it, he will be good. It's not going to be easy. Yeah, Giri prepared well for the game. All right, this is the legendary Queen's Gambit accepted. Looking at the way it's being played, it looks like a draw. Yu Yangyu is very smart actually because Andy, his endgame is okay, but yeah, but if black prepared this, then black should be fine. But black needs to be kind of precise here, yeah. Alright, Missionary versus Vidit, very interesting game. This is how you play against Grunfeld players. You go for h4 line. Vidit is like really experienced, he knows this. And this is a very famous line. Here instead of c5, the old line, this is actually the line that was very popular in my time. And then people used to play this. Okay. But c5, I didn't know this move. After h5, black has kind of problems with the development. And now if you take like this, then this is pawn, 3-pawn islands, pretty weak diagonal. I mean, my time this was considered to be an advantage for white. Pretty sure it still is. But you don't know. Knight h4 is kind of weird. Knight h4 is kind of weird. But castle c4, black is trying to stop white's development here, putting pressure on this knight. So that's why knight g5 is pretty standard in this position. But maybe he was afraid of this, yeah. Trying something here, then f3, knight e4, yeah. Then castle. Castles, and this is kind of unclear because black might actually contemplate castling here and attacking here, yeah. White king is not very safe. So here, knight e4, b6 with a tempo. White must play this to immediately open the position. And you must take this, otherwise strategically lost. And then we go to this structure. Bishop h3. K1 runs into knight c2. But bishop, well, knight c2 is coming anyway, yeah. So the big question, why don't we play knight c2 immediately? Hitting this thing, but apparently it's not so good, yeah. Rook e7, wow, okay. Okay, and if this knight c2, then probably bishop d4 force knight takes, and it's fine. Yeah, so, but bishop h3. Okay, a lot of stuff to analyze, yeah. This is part of the opening analysis. That's what modern analysis is about. Knight h4 plays, attacking the knight and forcing the bishop from this good position. So bishop e6 is forced, but now this knight is not well placed. Yeah. And if you go back, black can go back. All right, I think I should stop here because these were the top boards. And Nepo versus Yesipenko. Nepo is lost out of the opening. Wow. How did that happen? How did that happen? Queen e2 first line. Yeah, this position is considered to be dangerous for black, but exactly how dangerous? No, okay, he's not winning. I thought it was +4, now it's only +1. Okay. So it's still very playable for black, but black is worse. And bishop e7. Now white can play bishop h6, stop the castling. Also can do positional play. Even can take on e6, but the bishop here is not that great. Probably rook f1, yeah, standard. a3 stops b4. A lot of play actually, a lot of play. All right, actually let's take a look at the Kuboyev guy. He's like been very creative, this player, this tournament. Been playing oddball variations, ancient lines. And also have this Greek hero who beat Gukers. Interesting. Yeah, this whole tournament is extremely interesting. All right, so after knight e4, white took on a4. Now black is faced with a choice, and Alireza doesn't have a lot of experience playing the Dutch. And normally you take with the pawn here, yeah. You take with the pawn, not with the bishop. You can take with the bishop, but then you kind of don't win. You cannot win this game. And a5 is equal. Bishop c3 with the idea of knight d2, getting this bishop out. Looks very strong, especially since you cannot play this, yeah. So white must play this, and knight a5 with the idea of moving the bishop, and this must be played. The This must be played as well, and then the question is what is this, and I think white is better because opposite color bishops, and this is weak. Okay, so I don't recommend this for black. And normally you take here with a pawn. It's like, right? But this is getting very sharp because now this is kind of ruined pawn structure, but black does have the chance to attack at some possibility, like queen h4. So I'm pretty sure he's looking at this line. And it's kind of dangerous for black because c5 is coming, yeah? If white managed to open this queen side without getting mated, strategically black is much worse. So that's why the ancient plays c5. Stops the c5 break, locks this pawn structure in the king's Indian way. And knight a6 is very hard to find for a human. I'm sorry, but this is extremely difficult move to find. And then you have to be very precise and sack this exchange. And now white has to be careful actually, because this bishop is very strong, potentially gray square. If the pawns connect, actually black is better. Yeah. So this knight a6 is very, very hard to find idea. Human is to play this, but then white is winning. Yeah. So what's the difference? Yeah, that's the question. What is the difference in these two lines? Like queen f8, queen b6, bishop here. The difference is that white can take this pawn, and there's no compensation for black. So then the next question is, why don't you play something like this, yeah? And just play normally. The reason is because white immediately goes after this pawn. Now black pawn structure is completely ruined. You need this pawn here to protect this thing. This is critical pawn. So there's a set of critical things here. And rook b1, yeah. If you don't play c5, then what do? You can play this, yeah. You can play this. Now you protect against this, potentially hitting this guy. The problem is white is very fast with a5 break, and you took away the square from the knight. So queen h4, with the idea of bishop c3, rook g5, then apparently incorrect, rook f5, hitting the pawn. So c5 must be played. And this is pretty weird position, yeah. This is very sharp. That's why I said it's a sharp game, because both sides need to be precise. Something goes wrong, suddenly black is fine, because it's a Dutch defense. In the Dutch defense, if white does not play well, black can take over, yeah. Bishop c3, rook b7. Rook b7 is very human to hit the queen, but you kind of need the rook here to hit the pawn. Yeah, black's fine in the structure. So very complicated. Because I'm a Dutch player, I've seen the structure kind of a lot. And black took, wait, black is thinking. Yeah, so I've seen this a few times in my life, but it's pretty rare still, especially with the way pawns are being traded here. I've never seen this. All right, endgame, unpleasant for black, easy to play for white. So black is fighting for survival, and Giri is gonna pose huge problems for black here. Yeah, I don't think Hans is very happy with this position. He'll have to be playing perfect defense to survive this. He'll have to play perfect defense, which is not gonna be easy. So. But, you know, f4, knight g4, this is fine. This is opposite color bishop endgame. And if h3, then black is just knight d3, yeah. Yeah, you black can... The next few moves will be absolutely critical for black. If he can find this defense, he'll be fine. Yeah, then bishop e3. So I can guarantee you e4. Yeah. So this is forced line 95. So this is the critical line here. a4 is probably the most logical. You foresee b6, and then you want to play 5, and the rook comes here. But still, after this move, probably take first. Yeah. The reason you take first is you want to keep the a file. And now how do you protect this pawn? This is critical position, I would say. If you play passive, then after this check, rook is active, pair of bishops, black is in trouble. You need to find this move, and the idea is a bishop c5, rook d2. Let's try this knight d3. Okay, tactical solution. But tactical solutions exist. Okay, sometimes based on this tactical resource, the whole position is viable. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Normally, tactics support the strategy, which in this case is 100% tactics. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. All right, Keimer. Yeah, so Keimer was playing improved Hippo. I was kind of impressed, yeah. And this is the position that actually is okay for black, especially after he takes on c4, plays bishop c8, or he can even play b4 because knight comes here. So very interesting position. The ancient actually showed the large advantage before here, but that's because it doesn't show this move. And this move is kind of interesting. And look at this, rook takes e3, my god. My god. The famous legendary Petrosian exchange sacrifice. But this is very common in the King's Indian, the sack. Now you have a lot of great dark squares and semi-closed positions, so these rooks are not that strong. Okay. And you can play this, and now thanks to this pawn, knight can go even here, or you can go here. Knight c3 makes a lot of sense, yeah. Because you win a tempo, and then this knight comes here, bishop comes here, a5, again, very strong pieces. And I just don't see how white can make progress here, bishop c8, yeah. Because you need rook f2, hit this pawn, and the bishop protects it, yeah. But okay, some progress for white. Some progress for white, bishop c2, stops the pawn. But then what? Yeah. How do you improve this position? Rook f3, okay. So you managed to play it, and then what? With the bishop here, king h2 and rook g3, especially if the knight took the square of e5, yeah. Then h4. Nope. Just rook e4 and bishop g4. Wow. What a concept, yeah? You protect this pawn by sacrificing the bishop because now this queen h4 is a huge threat. Man, chess is hard. Yeah, I mean, I know these old patterns, but it's just, you know, you have to put them precisely in correct order, okay? The position is extremely complicated. But this rook e3 is very strong, but also you don't have to sack it. Yeah, you can just play this. Then you get very nice square here. a5 looks good. Bishop t3, for example, knight c5, and black is fine. Actually, black has superior pawn structure. So very smart opening because Keimer took Erigaisi out of his opening book prep, and now it's just chess. King a1, very safe, by the way, very safe. On the other hand, black has pair of bishops, fully compensating this extra double pawn. Especially the rooks cannot go to the f-file, thanks to the presence of this strong bishop. And it's a big question on where white is actually planning to, you know, to play. I don't know. Yeah, Nihal versus, okay, how did they get this? h5. Okay, we got this trades. And black is more or less safe. Yeah, it's the endgame. Endgame, semi-close, not easy to play for whites. Slight advantage for white. b5 is correct. But then black needs to play super solid, but Yu Yang, he can do it. This Chinese guy, he is very famous for his tenacity, accurate play, very good defense. And that's what he's going to demonstrate in this game. I'm kind of disappointed. Actually, the first line. Wow. And the reason this is so much good for white is because the pawn structure is very good. Blocks the bishop, restricts the knight. and white has the knight is coming to e4. White has the square on e4, yeah, because pawn islands. So this is gonna be a problem for black, and Misha will have to demonstrate his endgame skills against Vidit, who is actually a really good endgame player. And Vidit now has a better structure, yeah. Castle's logical, king here, bishop e6 is better, but after bishop e3 you have to play c4. And this is a problem. That's why bishop d7, so bishop e3, you can play b6, yeah. So you don't play b6, but what do you play? Knight f3 is logical, the ancient plays bishop e4. Hard to understand. I would play knight f3, human move. And then I'll try to get this knight to e4 maybe. But the knight on e4 with the bishop coming to c6, actually maybe it's not so great, yeah. Okay, now I understand why the computer plays bishop e4. This bishop is very dangerous. Knight here, then you just trade him. And you take with a pawn. So you open the rook. So knight f7, yeah, knight d6, remove the bishop. White insists on trades. Gets the trades, and the question is, what is this position, yeah? Yeah, this is without the knights, the pawn islands are actually more pronounced weak for black. Actually advantage white, yeah. You can even play this, fix the weakness here. Yeah. So white needs to trade the knights. Okay, you guys see this. You see how this position changed, yeah? But yeah, you kind of need this knight here. If you play this, knight f3, knight c4, it's knight g5. It's a big problem. Knight d6 here. Yeah, see pawn islands, yeah, terrible. Okay, all right, that was quick. All right, let's read the chat. Anish is very practical player, and the way he plays, he either wins or it's a draw. So it's a safe way to play for a win. Why not? Hans and Anish playing over chicken? No. If Nihalan and Abdusatoru win, they don't have any chance to qualify, but Andy Woodward can create history if he wins and all games are drawn. Yeah, I mentioned the Andy because you know, he was playing typical American open tournament strategy in the Swiss system where you don't like hang out at the top in the first half of the tournament, but then you have a strong finish and suddenly you're there. Yeah. Yeah, you know, Americans are very experienced with the Swiss system tournaments in the US, a lot of opens there. So they have pretty good understanding of and in nuances like when you play for a win, when you compete with the strongest players, and what are the best chances, you know, to game the system to get those good tie breaks and etc. Yeah. And nobody had an easy tournament here. Like, look at the Parham. Parham started like 4.5 out of 5. Look at where he is now. He's like, he ran out of his steam, yeah? So it's important to have the steam. So Alireza found c5. I'm impressed. He's actually playing for a win, yeah? But so does the white. Yeah, Blue Baum is actually, he's a little bit vulnerable in the dynamic positions like this. So he's not going to be happy about this, but he's a very strong professional player. He'll try to find some way to balance. And yeah, I don't think he can, yeah, it's very complicated. It's a huge fight. the fact that Alvarez wants to fight is very good for him. He picked this fighting opening chance, and yeah, good opening choice against Blue Baum, because otherwise you're not gonna get. In any other opening with black, you won't get the position with chances like this. Here you have bishops on best possible squares. You kind of have slightly ruined pawn structure, but you have possibility for an attack. Okay, and the center is wide open. All right, bishop e6 plates, and again, it's a free chance for white to play for a win here. Pretty sure Hans sees this idea with 95. It's standard. If you guys don't know this, this reminds me of my fourth game versus Veselin Topalov in the candidates, where he too had pair of bishops, but there were also queens on board. Okay, and I had a miraculous escape and in that game, and I won the match because it was the last classical game portion. So, you know, Hans is very strong. He can defend. He can defend. Okay. So Keimer versus Erigesi, this is very interesting position. And I'm pretty sure Queen D2 is actually Red Bull herring for B4. And I don't understand why black does not immediately play this actually and play A5, yeah. Because this knight is bad and you have 94 coming. So pretty sure this is being calculated. You need to give up the bad bishop to keep this knight, and advantage white because very bad bishop, and white takes over the file. Yeah, so don't play 94, yeah? But how do you play then? How do you play? Interesting, and you cannot sack the exchange now, yeah? So Queen D2 maybe is actually not so bad. So let's see. Okay, right. We have to calculate this, yeah. That is the calculation that must be made. But it's full exchange. It is full exchange. But this is Erigesi's kind of game, yeah. This is Erigesi kind of game where he goes for something like this, sacrifices, black king is now very vulnerable. And that's exactly the game that Keimer is not going to be happy with, yeah? Because black wants solid game with his bishop. He would like to sacrifice exchange, but now white sacks the exchange first. Yeah, this is a lot of fun, yeah, for sure. So, if you don't play b4, what do you do, yeah? A big question. Maybe you can just take here and play this position. Yeah, black can do this, but then white is a little bit better, yeah, more space. Black's bishop is not resolved. He's not bad. He can always go here or here. So this is playable, but this is better for white. This is standard Benoni. I think Erigesi has more experience with Benoni type position than Keimer. So a little advantage for white. Again, Liang and Pusatorov, very hard game to understand. I don't understand this position. Nihal versus Le Graf looks like a draw. And yeah, white is going to try to play for a win very hard, but it's not going to be easy. Yeah, so far he is playing correctly, liquidating to try to get control of the C file. So black must now decide. This knight is pretty bad actually. So, but bishop b4 looks pretty strong. My God, my nose is running. Yeah, the idea is to win a tempo so you can take over the C file to prevent the pinning. So this bishop b4 is very strong. Rook d8 and now rook c8. Yeah, and this is key square. Yeah, key square. So knight d3. Can you take on d2? Yeah, you can probably take, but this structure is actually a little bit better for white because very strong bishop. Now the pawns are kind of weak. You need the pawn on b7, but it's playable for black. What else can you do? So I'm expecting bishop b4 from Yu, and the other thing you can do is probably take here, and this because you kind of want black to be stuck with this bishop. But again, the c file is open, yeah, and it's very difficult for white to make progress here because c file is wide open. Yeah, if white took the c file first, he would be better, but so maybe that's a little bit incorrect actually. Yeah? a4 was necessary maybe first, but I'm pretty sure he didn't want to trade the pawns. Pretty sure he didn't want to trade the pawns. It's extremely difficult to play this endgame because there's so many nuances and humans are just not that good at getting nuances. Yeah, it looks weird because you don't know where the pieces are going, you don't know where the pawns are going. Yeah, does the pawns go here or stay here? Does white pawn go here or stay here? Where does its knights go? Like, what is the best piece combination? Yeah, do you trade the bishop here, or do you keep the bishop to attack this pawn? The rook probably is going here. Yeah, I don't know. There's like, this is the hardest endgame in my opinion to play. It's way harder than Berlin because here in the symmetrical position, especially like this, so many pieces, so many potential things, like, and for black to develop, for white to develop. But this should be better for white simply because the difference of the knight. Yeah, that what makes this game complicated because this knight is bad, and black. And the question is, can black trade this knight or not? If he does, then it's draw. If he doesn't, then it's potential problem. All right. Mishra found bishop d7, but now white needs to find bishop e4, knight e3, knight g5 maneuver. And he plays like me, very safe, but wrong, yeah. Because now if black finds h6, it's probably gonna be okay. I mean, it's still not easy, yeah? Knight d2, knight e4, but now black managed to kind of set up this defensive pawn structure where he covers his weaknesses, and it's not easy for white to break through. Okay, so that's why, you know, the computer played bishop e4 first to make sure these pawns are being stuck as weaknesses. Yeah, knight e5, knight e3. Yeah. See, Angie not understands, he just calculates, and he fixes things. All right, I missed some action here. Bishop b2, and black must take here, yeah. The reason he must is because potentially d5 is a threat, and also there is no way to develop pieces. So the question is, why not knight a6? Because here you don't sack this exchange, and this pawn is kind of important. Yeah, there's still no mate here. So black takes to get the knight here into the center with the tempo. You must take with the bishop, knight c6, yeah. And as I said, white is trying to find a way to liquidate into the solid state, and queen e3 is pretty natural move now. And so is knight e7, yeah, to remove this queen blockader. Now either bishop g4, and the question is, why not this move? And the reason why not is because black has this. And then we're gonna probably watch massive trades here. So at the end, it will be probably a draw here. I mean, it's very difficult to beat blue bound because black is gonna be very, very safe, yeah. And then it's just draw, yeah. So that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting draw in this game. And Anish now realized by now that black is planning to play knight e5 or knight a5 b3, and white's advantage is getting smaller. So potentially draw here as well. Now this is the game where draw does not seem likely. Okay, so I expect a result on this game. And I don't expect actually Keimer to win this. Yeah, I always thought Erigasi is a very strong player. So I'm curious if Erigasi wins this, what happens? He's half a point behind, right? And this game is very difficult to understand. Nihal's probably draw. And Andy's game is also very difficult to understand endgame, but I suspect Yu Yang-yu is more experienced player. He will find a way to draw this. So probably draw. This depends. Either white wins or black draws. So if Vidit wins and Erigasi wins, what happens? Yeah, do we know the tie breaks then? Let me see. All right, let's see. So if Erigasi wins, he overtakes Keimer, he joins the leaders. And if Vidit wins, he also potentially joins the leaders. And since Erigasi played the leader, his tiebreak after this game should be good if he wins. And Vidit is playing the other. Okay, so his tiebreak would not change probably, yeah? So what is Vidit's tiebreak? He is 12th. He has the lowest tiebreak among the 6-point half group. Mishra has the higher tiebreak because he played higher people. And he also has a pretty high tiebreak, so he wins. Yes, his chances are good. Chances for Mishra to win this game is almost zero. If he survives, he'll be very happy. Abdusatorov and Nihal, yeah, I mean, only if Mishra wins or Andy wins, they have chances to catch up. But even then, I don't think they have chances to. Yeah, okay, Mishra has 57 tiebreak before this round. Andy has 49, pretty low actually. But Abdusatorov actually has 52. So if Abdusatorov wins his game, with his high tiebreak, he actually has a chance to qualify for the candidates. The only person with the higher tiebreaks than Abdusatorov is actually Bluebaum. So Abdusatorov needs to win. Andy tiebreak is not enough, even if he wins. And yeah, so far, and Mishra has the highest tiebreak. So sometimes Vidit actually blunders. Sometimes, yeah. So if actually Mishra wins by anyhow, yeah, just in a hypothetical scenario, if Mishra wins, he has actually with his high tiebreak a very good chance to qualify for the candidates, and that will be actually monumental, yeah, for 15 or 16-year-old kid to qualify for the candidates. That's even better than Gukish. Gukish became the world champion at 18. If these kids qualify at 15, that means at 16 they can potentially play the match for the World Chess Championship title. My God, they're getting younger these days, yeah? That'll be crazy, actually. Although I really doubt they will survive in the candidates. Candidates, you need experience, you need preparation, you need top team. Without those things, you cannot win the candidates. So, yeah, because right now, Bluebaum and Alireza, they have the highest tiebreaks and they play each other, which also helps their own tiebreaks. Yeah, so, yeah, not easy to understand. So it's kind of critical. Yu Yang will be lucky to survive this game. Abdusatorov actually has a chance to qualify if he wins. Not much, but he has one of the highest tie breaks. He only has Mishra ahead of him and the Bluebaum guy. Okay, let's go back to Alireza game. Yeah, but see, blue. Yeah, you can try to. You know, blue bomb is like is a rock. Okay, very difficult. He finds he is a good calculator. He is a good strategy player. That's why he is here at the top. Yeah, I would never count him. You know, if somebody told me if I think blue bomb will be the top at the end of this tournament, I would never think so. I would definitely say he would have a very solid result, like +1, maybe +2 for him. But like this, I never thought it would be, you know, possible. But I'm pretty happy for him. He's always been a very strong player. Okay, very solid, strong, and solid as a rock. Yeah. So Queen f6 is the only thing that I can think of here. Because knight e4 now, queen d4, and what is this? And I think it's still draw, yeah, because he'll probably find this line where he hits this pawn, and the only one who can win this game is very likely to be white, because this is forced. Ah, he cannot even play this, yeah, so he must play like this. But, you know, only white can win this, yeah, with the exchange, so. And the other way to play this is to play knight b3, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Or okay, d5 is maybe. But then, you know, even this position, why can't just play super solid, protect this knight here? How do you want this with black? I don't see it. I mean, it's still a little bit on a... Still there's some play, yeah? Yeah. But take on a4 is very logical. So I'm pretty sure he's thinking about this move, candidate or knight e7. With knight e7, we looked at knight e4, but there's also bishop g4. And the idea is to take here. And now this is double-edged, but I like better black here, yeah? The pawn chain, potential bishop here. This is potentially a problem for white, so I don't think he'll play this. Yeah, knight e7 is played, and now I think knight e4 must be played, and if knight e4 is played, then it's massive trades and draw, yeah? Because you don't take this, because rook takes, and rook takes here. Even this is equal. So, knight d2 is very likely. If you take here, knight c4 here, and what do you play here? Probably knight e3, yeah? To force the rook here, and then hit everything and draw. Alright, so the draw is here very likely, okay? Hans Niemann, ooh, okay, wait, what was played? h4. Why? So if knight c6 is h5, the move he wanted to play. Or bishop d2, and if knight e5, then bishop c3. Okay, the bishop on c3 is actually better than on e3, to be honest, yeah. Stops this, hits knight, and g4. So white is preparing for the slow torture burn, king, pawns. If he managed to push everything here, then a little bit better for white, but still, I mean, g5. I mean, if you don't play g5, yeah, if you play like this, then black can actually play this. As human move, unfortunately, is bad. Okay, what's non-human good move? Ah, actually, knights should be on c6 to trade the rooks. Actually, that actually makes sense. Yeah, I agree. Instead of this move, you can just kind of go with the flow and play like this. Yeah. Maybe even can trade this thing. And white should keep the rooks on board, okay? Don't trade the rooks here. If you trade the rooks, a lot of pawns, the position is closed, black has good chances. You need the rook to play for a win. So pair of bishops and the rook. And it's a little bit unpleasant for black for sure. Yeah, so Hans is still in for some problems, okay? Keimer versus Erigesi, and Keimer is thinking. He is in a bit of a situation, yeah. b4 or take and bishop c8. Questions? Liang Abdusatorov. Yeah. The ancient says black is better, but Is he? Is he? I mean, this is actually very logical, but if you play like this, then it's very likely draw. Okay? Because if the queens are off the board, bishop, knight, yeah, you play g4 and you trade this knight for the bishop. Okay? Knight f2, take, knight g4, because if rook moves here, knight f2, yeah, so you must trade, rook b8, and just pretty much a draw. Rook here, king here, bishop here, rook, trade, b3, fortress, draw. So, based on my observation, it looks like a draw. So it'll be very interesting because all these guys are professionals. They understand that somebody needs to win to join the leaders, yeah? But in order to do that, you have to take the risk. But how far can you take this risk? If you know your opponent plays well, yeah? How far do you take risk? So 95 is the only way to play for a win. You need the knight, pair of bishops, and try to infiltrate, yeah? So 95 is the move, yes. 95, and then where does the queen go? Again, so many options. Probably this. Knight b3, go after this bishop. Then we have this endgame, which is absolutely nuts. But with knight on d4, very strong knights. Black is better because bishop and pair of rooks is stronger than pair of rooks and knight in the endgame. Again, I mentioned it many times, yeah? And potential targets here. But you need to get past this knight, yeah? Which is not easy. So, problem. Alright, what's happening here? Bishop b4 was found, which I had no doubt at all. Rook c8, black probably makes a draw. Alright, and black did find h6 and b6. So we are now moving to the drawish zone. Mishra found h6, I'm very impressed. And what here? Alright, let's go back to the chat. Do you feel bad for Abdusattorov? He came very close and now out of contention. Nope, not impressed, not surprised. He's fine, he's a very strong player, but okay, you know. Some people stayed in the dark, they didn't play the whole year, only to prepare for this tournament, and now they did well. Yeah, like Mr. Bluebaum, for example. Or Andy Woodward, yeah? Did he impress anybody before this tournament? Nope. Did Mishra impress anybody before this tournament? No. But they did well here because they were dark horses, okay? If you're playing well the whole year, you're putting a big red target on your forehead. Says, I'm the hot thing, I'm very dangerous. And guess what? People prepared for Aronian and they prepared for everybody else. Okay, they prepared for Abdusattorov. They know he is a hot thing. So they took him seriously and you know, it's very difficult to play in this event. Top 100 people are playing here, okay? They're not amateurs. They all know how to play chess. They're all former prodigies, former candidates. You know, if a guy like Vasily Ivanchuk struggles in this event, that should tell you. Like the guys like Dubov didn't make it, yeah? Or Rapport, who is former candidate, or Mamedjarov, who is, or even Nepo, 2 times challenger for the world crown, against Magnus Carlsen, and he's struggling here, okay? You can see how strong this tournament is. If the world champion lost like 3 games in a row, actually let me check this game. It's actually equal, wow. What is this? Ah, okay. Okay, it looks like a draw. Yeah, there should be probably repetition. H3, knight g5, 94, rook f3, 96, yeah. Crazy. Like, see, Grandelis versus Ivanchuk. Wow, black is already better. How did that happen? Yeah, I play this line for black. I like it. I think black's fine here. 97, I don't know this move, but kind of makes sense. And now it's like Sicilian Khan, yeah? Actually. Yeah, black can take this. If you take with the pawn, then you're stuck with its weaknesses. If you take with the queen, you're pawn down. Wow. Damn. See, black out-prepared white here. Crazy. Alright, and Gukish versus Volakitin, and Gukish playing black. And he's struggling. Okay, very strong tournament, gentlemen. Grishuk, former candidate. My god, what is this position? What the hell is going on? D5, C5. I've never seen this. But it's in Grunfeld spirit, yeah? Normally black castles first, actually, but he was afraid of b4. Actually makes sense. Okay, knight a6, check, queen d7. Okay, queen d7 takes balls to play. Yeah, if somebody plays queen d7 here, you might report him for cheating, or at least okay, just kidding. Yeah, queen d7 is actually pretty natural in Grunfeld, but queen a3 and b4. Yeah, this is a very interesting game. Black sacrificed 2 pawns, yeah? But he has much better development. And after knight c5, this pawn is gone. See, black is now better because full development, white is still stuck here. This queen is really bad. Rook's coming to c8, d8, knight b4, knight d3, and white is still stuck with the development. Knight b4, and nowhere to go, yeah? Bishop f5, take, and you can pretty much resign with white, yeah? Yep, alright, but white is the youngster, yeah? So, okay, normal. Alright, d5, whoa, blue bomb. Okay, that actually is the simplest move. It looks complicated, but it is the simplest way to for black to equalize, actually, yeah. Because bishop c4, boom, and then bishop d5, you can still play bishop c4, yeah. The more pieces are being traded, the easier it is for white to deflect all the threats. And here, I don't know why you don't just take this thing, yeah? Take and play this. I mean, knight f4, yeah, okay. Knight f3, so big deal. Still draw. Okay, you can play this and d4, yeah. Okay, some tactical things. Rook d1, queen b3. There is not enough material to win. Almost. Yeah, queen a8, pin this thing, rook f1, king g7. Yeah, still some minor problems for white, yeah? Even here, it's kind of crazy actually. Yeah. So d5, very interesting. So b6, nice waiting move. Waiting for e4 so the knight can go here. But if white plays this, then the knight can go here to remove this bishop, yeah. So if the bishop comes here, knight goes here to attack him. But where do you put this bishop then, yeah? If e4, then knight goes here to the central squares. Very interesting strategy. All right. Oh, Keimer went for this. Oh my god. Guys, remember I told you about this exchange sack? Yeah? I told you Erigesi would go for it. And that's what happens, okay? Now, this is a huge fight. This is a huge fight. But if Keimer wins, he might be clear first. But how do you win with this bad bishop and with this white bishop here? Yeah. I don't know. Um, Tie breaks, yes. First tie break is rating performances per FIDE. Ah, I didn't know that. Well, okay, obviously, okay, it's complicated. I'm rooting for Alireza because I'm French, okay? It's kind of weird to say that, but I'm French now, all right? I don't speak French, I don't look French, I don't act French, I don't eat French, but I'm French, okay? I know, it sounds crazy. Uh, and that's why I root for El Reza anyway, okay? He is still my official teammate. I've never seen him at my team events, okay? I've never seen him. And I played now for my team in the French top team championship for the last 4 years, okay? And I've never seen El Reza at any of those. But he is still my teammate, yeah? So I'm rooting for him. More than I'm rooting for Blue Bomb. I'm still rooting for Blue Bomb too, because he is my teammate for the Bundesliga team where I played since 2016. He's in my team for 8 years. So I have two teammates, one countryman, which I've never seen pretty much, and I've seen teammate in Bundesliga more than my countrymate. So it's a question of patriotism, I guess, okay? And because I'm French, I have to root for French. I have no choice. No choice, really. Arsenal, you're correct. White has full compensation here, but if Black sets up a solid defense, he is full exchange up. It's not a joke, okay? But right now, White has very strong attacking chances because Black King is so weak, and this bishop is out. All right, so it's a compensation. It's a very difficult position to play. I expect this move, and then something like this, and then queen e7. And then this knight is not doing anything here. You can try f3 knight e4, but I don't think that will do anything. Actually, see, I said f3 and the engine agrees. It says f3 also, yeah. It's kind of crazy. Why f3 is because the knight will be better off here, hitting the pawn and provoking f5. If Black plays f5, then this bishop will be unstoppable, all right? So, this looks scary, but queen f4 wins, yeah? So, Black is in for a lot of hurt here, actually, because this knight has to be here, protecting so many squares. But if the knight is here, then this bishop is dead, okay? So that's a problem for Black. And we know that Keimer has less time, okay? So it's easier to play for White, and White has more time. So chances for White. All right, let's go back to the chat. What else you guys written? You can understand Anish has to win, and he has playing the position to win the only way. I actually understand it perfectly. You play for a very small advantage and you nurse it. And you have to understand also the other thing, how it feels like for the opponent to play this position. Do you realize how much torture that is? To defend a slightly worse position, that you have to be accurate, because a single inaccuracy by Black makes White position immediately almost winning, okay? So this is why grandmasters love this position as White, okay? So also, enough with Anish. I don't like the guy, personally, I don't like him at all. Let's be honest. He's been a prick to me, like when I played in chess, okay? And and he is also very strong, yeah? So he actually killed me in some games when I didn't survive the openings, yeah? So I don't want to talk about him. All right, what else? is looking cooking. Blue pawn has to find g4 to equalize what? Aronian sheriff plus 19 elo in Grand Swiss. That's not bad. Okay, we be offended if we said you look and act French? Nope. I'll be very happy actually. Bonjour. Bonjour. Bon après-midi. I know that. I'm slowly learning French, yeah. My wife is a linguist and she has huge problems teaching me French, yeah, because I am like so bad at learning. I'm so bad at learning. But she has faith in me and you know, that's why I love my wife. Okay. All right. Okay, we went through this line, yeah? We went through this line, and now several ways you can play it. You can actually even take this pawn, and it looks pretty dead draw to me, and queen d3 is the only move, yeah? Queen a8 is probably going to be played to something here, and then white can actually even play this, but then b5 is unpleasant, yeah? So, yeah, it's actually not done yet. Actually, yeah. So I'm expecting actually bishop c4. Looks more logical to eliminate this bishop because with every trade white is closer to the draw. I think we saw this line, yeah? Bishop c4. What do we play here? Rook f7, I think, yeah? And then take and knight f4, yeah? Knight f3, d5, and etc, etc. And yeah, white must play this, get rid of this knight immediately. This is the easiest way to equalize. It's still kind of weird, but for the grandmaster, this is a draw, okay? For the grandmaster, this is a draw. You do have to find some correct moves, yeah. And looks like extra pawn, but you know, black king is kind of open. If you focus too much on the queen side, white can, you know, get some nasty ideas of his own. King is more valuable than this pawn. Okay, so I don't know. I expect bishop c4 to be honest. From blue bomb especially, knowing the guy, I think bishop c4 will be played. All right, we got something here. And e4 is played, and bishop e3 is played, and remember we discussed how knight e5 is very strong here, to put the knight here, but Hans plays this move, and I think is incorrect. But Giri missed his chance actually. He played this very fast, and this is not good. Yeah, I don't understand. He has like 40 minutes to think. This is the position where each move is absolutely critical, okay? You need to think here. Yes, rook d6 stops knight c4, because you can take the bishop here, yeah, and play this back, and then check or something. But he missed f4 with the idea of f5 and pressing the bishop. Let's see how good this is, yeah? Ah, okay, in combination with b4. Ah, okay, the idea of f4 is to prevent this because of f5 and check, okay? And you see it's already +1. It's already like lost, okay? So I'm very surprised he missed f4. Very, very surprised, because you cannot have f5 because you have g4, okay? And then h5, f5, and white got what he wanted, winning position. So after f4, black has huge problems. Instead, Giri just went rook d6. My god. And of course you play rook d8 now, of course. And if you take this rook, play b4, knight goes here, you control the file. Okay, maybe, yeah, but the rook is hit, yeah, you don't have time. And if you play like this is already fine for black. This is like my game against Topalov. And bishop c4, trade the bishops. So Giri missed a big chance here. He missed a huge chance here actually. I don't understand this. Either rook c1 or f4 immediately, okay? After this, Hans is fine. All right. A small break for Hans. Okay, Keimer, bishop d4. Queen e7 is played. And now f3 probably will be played. I think Rigesi, I played the guy a few times. I kind of know how he thinks, okay? So f3, he is a great attacking player. He sees this stuff, okay? So there are two lines, queen f4 or f3. And if knight goes to f3, knight here is not that good, okay? But f3, I'm a big fan, because knight gets here, ooh, and then the squares and the diagonal looks pretty good. All right, knight d5, knight d5. Actually, Liang is playing for a win with black. Commendations for that. Very strong knight. e4 is reasonable, protect the knights. And now we have this curious formation. But this knight is very strong, yeah. So, unclear. This is going fast track to draw. 95 looks dangerous. The idea of knight c6. Actually, probably the only way to play for a win. Black brings the king here to trade off this knight. Also smart. Yeah, I just don't see like how white can win this, yeah. Yeah, you can put the knight here and then what? The knight should be really here on d3. This is more standard in this position. Yeah, knight like belongs here most of the time. But then it's nothing. Yeah. Mishra versus Vidit. Yeah, a5. What does this a5 thing? I don't understand this. I don't like this, to be honest. But okay, he wants to prevent everything, yeah. Okay, fine. Why not? Yeah, okay. Yeah, bishop e4 looks good, but then g5, yeah? Why not g5? Because of f4. Take. Bishop takes. Ah, bishop e5, you can't. Alright, the moves are played where? See, we looked at this line, right? Remember I told you the bishop c4 will be played? Guess what? It's played. So rook f7 is played, and see, the grandmasters arrived at this exact line which we looked at like half an hour ago. Now g3 will be played, because you don't allow this knight to stay here. Period, okay? Doesn't matter what you do, you don't allow this knight. Then queen b4 or something, yeah. Check, king g2, d4. Yeah, knight kind of looks dangerous, but we get this position, yeah. And the big question is, like, can this rook get to c2? The rook can get to c2, might be some problems, but I don't see how. This rook cannot get to c2 because this is a problem. Check, yeah. Black king is way too open. So black runs a certain risk also if he doesn't do something. If he goes too far, black runs a risk. Knight d4. And then we have this forced thing, yeah. This knight like check, but it still trades. It's still just trading stuff. Check. Yeah, a lot of checks, yeah, obviously. And if queen f6, you just trade it, yeah. And it's just a draw. Alright. Okay, Keimer. Yeah, f3 is found. Told you. Best move in the position. Boom. Nepo suffering. Nepo is lost now. Wow. Yeah, Isipenko is very good in these positions, actually. Nepo didn't take him seriously. Look at this king. Look at this file. Holes. Yeah, Nepo is like... He's playing against Isipenko. I mean, probably he didn't play much against Isipenko. He doesn't know the guy. Isipenko is like rock solid, but at the same time, he's like a sleeping bear. if you wake him up too much, he's like, wake up and then hit everything. Yeah. All right, let's see. Which game you guys want to focus on? If Matthews draws and Keimer wins, Matthews is out. So he's out. We'll see. I don't know. Okay. They're both playing terribly. No, they're not playing terribly. They're doing their best. Is Gear playing smart by Rook? Bishop e3. Okay. Blue Brown's performance is absolutely great. I am impressed. Very, very impressed. All right. Give me a second. Anish will be actually very angry with himself once he finds that he missed this f4 move. I think Anish will be very, very upset once he learns that he missed f4 here. Man. So, and f5, yeah. And bishop takes for sure, and the bishop e3, bishop e2 back. See, this structure is known from the Lasker times, okay? From Spanish exchange, pretty much. This knight looks strong here, but it isn't, okay? The bishop pair is more important. The bishop can always take this knight out. Also, you're creating this threat and potential also h5 and pawn break. The idea is to play h5, h6, break this pawn chain to create these two linked pawns unopposed, okay? So you see it, yeah? h6, king comes here, you take this pawn, then you take this pawn. And then black has h pawn and c pawn, and white has connected pawns and pair of bishops. It's strategic win, okay? Connected pass pawns pretty much always beat the single pass pawns, okay? That is the massive strategic risk for black. So this f4, f5, g5 idea, you give the square, but it's like it's irrelevant, okay? It's kind of interesting that the ancient doesn't even care about this exchange apparently, and still plays this. Even the opposite colored bishops, you still have connected pawns. See, it's +2, it's winning. Because it's opposite, it's connected pass pawns. King e3, bishop c4, yeah, and rook g1, yeah. Bishop is coming here, and the pawns are just rolling, okay? That is the goal for white in this position. You want to get this structure, okay? That is the ideal structure. And he missed it. And he should have known, actually. Okay, this is like legendary, famous pawn structure. Actually, I need to, guys, I need to put this into my collection of endgames. All right. I'm trying to think of the course, okay? I'm finally ready. My mind is finally ready to do some kind of an endgame pawn structure course, okay? This is a perfect example of that. So I'm going to download this thing. Yeah, I'm now looking for the perfect games for different types of positions and opening phases, okay? All right, Alireza and Blue Bomb plays knight f3, safer, but not really, yeah? I think he missed d5, d4 idea. I think he missed it. Actually, Alireza now, this knight, if this knight is alive, Alireza has some chances. So, the position is surprisingly looks simple, but they hold so much possibilities. Yeah, Keimer is running a little bit low on time, half an hour to make 17 moves. That's not a lot of time. Right, this I don't understand this game. Bishop e6, still fine. Probably even this is fine. Okay, playable, yeah. Looks like a dead draw to me, I don't know. Should just agree on a draw. You knight d c6. Well, bishop d6 is almost guaranteed to be played. So what's going on here? Yeah. Rook c1 probably. Yeah, that's the idea, to hold the file. And if king d8, for example. Ah, yeah, you can play this. And then there's this, yeah. Yeah, but this is, yeah, this is actually unclear. Yeah, it's advantage white, yeah. But not that much. A4, take. Yeah, if this knight is alive, but white king comes. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit better for white, yeah. Okay, interesting. Alright, thank you for... Hey, Andromeda, we missed you yesterday, buddy. Thank you for tier 3 sub, man. Appreciate it. It blocked the bishop on c8. Come on, man, what are you talking about? That's not the reason to play f5. I mean, it's partial reason, okay, but it's not the main reason. The main reason is the pawn structure, okay? You look at the structure, that's the main reason. Blocking pieces is temporary, but the structure is permanent. Alright, so bishop d6, rook c1, and knight d8. Kind of stops knight f7 too, yeah? Yeah, that is dead draw, yeah. Okay, bishop f4 check is expected, yeah. Because you don't have this, and you cannot go back, and you don't want to get stuck here. So e5, but if you play e5, okay. No more square for the pieces, yeah? But how do you win this with white, yeah? My god. You gotta be Magnus here to win this. Queen f6. Logical. Improvement over d5, unsure. Rook d1. You know what? Looks possible, rook a3. To protect this knight, so now that the queen can move, okay? Even here, maybe. Because rook protects knight, there is no knight g2. But d4, yeah. And white still has some things to resolve. Queen f5, this pawn is strong. Okay, interesting, yeah, not easy for white. Yeah, that's why, you know, I'm a big fan of g3 moves, like d5, queen b4, you remove the knight, knight on a2 looks dangerous, but after you find this knight e4 idea, white is completely okay, yeah. And now, like, this knight is a problem actually for white, yeah, and huge support of this pawn. Huge supporter of this pawn, man. I don't even know. Can you play king h1 here? Maybe that's what he wants to do, yeah, and queen d4. Yeah, maybe this. But even this, the idea of queen d, you cannot play this, yeah, because now white is better suddenly. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, yeah. White is better. But Alvarez is very good in the endgames now. Remember how he was like not so great? But now he's good. Now hit this pawn. And it's a pawn down endgame. G3 to stop rook f4, to stop rook f4, yeah, and you take this pawn. But probably with rook. Probably rook takes, and then... yeah. Except that these pawns are kind of weak, yeah. So that's why the engine says it's equal, because these pawns are weak. And you have a check, and rook goes behind. Like, you know, in the endgames, rook should be behind pawns, okay? That's rule number 1. And if you play like this, then rook cuts off the king. That's rule number 2, okay? try to hit here, and then you just protect this thing. Rook here, king f2, rook d3, knight c6, and again with the cutoff king, chances of you to push your pawns are not that great. Check, king f2, check, king g2, go back, and you take this, yeah. All right, complicated, not easy. Not easy at all. I don't understand this move. Why would you play so slow? Why not king s7, just rook d8, man? Yeah, Hans is not playing well this endgame either. Yeah, this is very difficult endgame, I understand, for both. It is difficult. But where this rook is going here? This has no future here. The rook should be on the open files. My god. Big problems for black. How do you play this position? No idea. You need this knight here as mentioned before, but you cannot play f6 with knight here. So maybe this, but you see it's already winning for white, yeah? Ah, this is the critical idea. Deflection. You deflect this knight, and then this knight comes here. Okay. That's why the engine plays this. Protects the pawn, protects against rook knight b6. Not an easy move to find, I'll tell you that. This is very difficult move to make because you willingly put your rook and bishop out of the game, pretty much, okay? Very difficult. Man, I cannot tell you how difficult this move is. Absolutely impossible. Bishop c8 is possible to find, yes, okay. Okay, and once white plays this, then you can find this move, okay? To protect this pawn. So this is probably the correct sequence. But after queen h4, you must have balls of steel to play this move, allowing this knight to remain here indefinitely. My god, this is so hard. This is so hard, man. Sacrifice on f4? Probably not. Hans doesn't want to draw? What do you mean? Hans is happy to have a draw in that game. He'll be ecstatic to make a draw in that game. I mean, black is worse. Everybody knows it. Black is tortured. So it will be a gift in the horse mouth or something. What's the correct expression is? If he makes a draw there. All right. This is very difficult game. Queen f4 back, yeah. And now g4 potentially. If the rook comes here or queen comes here, the game is over. 95. Rook e1. 94 is not good, yeah. f5, black is fine. But even this move, wow. And again, guys, you see this connected pass pawns. White is just full exchange down, but thanks to these pawns, close nature of the positions, well-placed knights, guess what? Black must be careful to find equality because rooks are useless in this closed position. Rooks are absolutely useless. Stops knight g5 because of f4 tactics. Knight f2 because you keep the square for the other knight. e4. You can probably take this. And now the big question, yeah, what is this? It's important to play e4 so you have at least some open file for your rook, okay? If you don't have any open file for your rook, c5, bishop b7, and that's the engine's plan, okay? You just give away that pawn and you play this position. Now this knight is bad. There are no pawns to worry about. This is crazy position. And it's equal. Equal! Does anybody understand why it's equal? Raise your hand. Materially is equal, yes. Don't ask me, I have no idea. Maybe it is equal, but like if black plays this, yeah, suddenly it's not equal anymore. But you have everything here, yeah. Why is it not equal? Why is it lost? Queen d4. Because of the tactics and naked king. Fine, whatever. Naked king, rook f5. Look at this centralization. Impressive. But I think he missed. Yeah, he wants to put the rook here and then he wants to push the pawn. He wants to have everything. But you don't get like this. You know, you don't get everything in life. Yeah, it's impossible. So you kind of need to start pushing the pawn actually. Rook f5, threatening knight g2, but okay. Rook b3 probably will be played. d5 check, yeah. King g7, then queen e3, yeah. Because if d4 knight takes and you take with a check, and you're threatening to take this pawn, and looks equal, yeah. Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of rook f5, but Alireza doesn't have a lot of time. But d5, yeah, should post because you need this rook here to hit this pawn, okay? And you need to take this pawn at some point. Yeah. All right, this is kind of an interesting game, so I'll download it also. Bishop f2, bishop g3, 94 looks sort of a plan. If Casey withdraw, Hans has no chance for top 2. Well, Hans doesn't have any chances. Once he got his pairing and he got into this position, the opening, he had no chance. You know, Swiss system, it all depends on luck, okay? There's so much luck involved. Like, who do you get, which opponent you get with what color, okay? Because some are very solid opponents and some guys like to play, you know, risky chess. If you need a win, who would you play against? Would you play against a solid guy or the guy who takes risk? Obviously, you know, the guy who takes risk is what you want as your opponent, okay? Because then there is possibility to win the game, right? So there's a lot of luck. That's the only problem with the Swiss system, pretty much. 5 years ago, engines at least made suggestions that made sense. No, I disagree. It depends on your level of understanding of the game, okay? The good thing is I can understand. I've been with the engines like all the way from they started like being idiots and now they being like the best, yeah? So I followed this progression, I followed the improvement, the understanding, the development, and the reason why the engines are best now, yeah, so it's all clear, pretty much. It's all very clear. And they actually now make more sense, a lot more sense, because the grandmasters, they're trained to look deeper into position, and that's why one move, that's why cheating is so bad these days, because one move, all it takes for a strong grandmaster, you don't need to cheat the whole game. You just need to, sometimes even knowing evaluation is enough, okay? It's enough of a advice to know what to do. And also in a critical game, in a critical position, one move is all it takes to win the game, to draw the game, to, you know, to lose the game. One move with a modern engine, because that one move alone gives you so much information and the correct plan and the correct sequence, and it's crazy. All right, what are we looking at? We're looking at Alireza, right? So, but we're looking at Alireza and we're also looking at Keimer game. Yeah, this is a mox. All right, Nihal, Vashiri, Graf, draw. Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Magnus would probably still play this with white, though, you know, let's give Magnus due, okay? He would probably still play this position for a win with either color, all right? Okay, that being said, did Nepo survive this? No, he is completely lost, okay. So let's go back to Chimer game. All right, let me get some food, because I woke up and I went straight to streaming, okay? Let me get a break, guys.
Тебе давай тепленького, может быть, положу.
Не, спасибо.
Солнышко мое магия просто.
Да.
Даже не попить ничего.
А?
Попить-то ты можешь?
Да, есть. Но я не хочу пить пока, спасибо.
Хотела тебе тепленького.
Спасибо, солнышко мое. Да, нас видно. Ну ничего.
Ничего, понятно. Я спрашиваю, за кого ты болеешь, а я видно, что я за тебя болею.
Да, спасибо.
Мне понравилось, что ты сказала про то, что ты не френч, но это настолько по-французски, contradictions.
Отсюда.
Ну и, конечно, можно добавить женское. Вот it's not contradictory, contradictional is not true. Это из буддизма.
Отсюда?
Да.
Okay. Yeah. Well. I play against viewers very rarely. Dude, I'm not rich, okay? I don't have any income, actually very struggling. Actually supposed to put the goal, you know, with help getting paid my rent. Because I find it impossible to win prizes in open tournaments these days. I believe there's a lot of cheating going on, especially if the open tournament has like thousands of players. And again, as I mentioned before, you just need one suggestion by engine at the critical position. And if you know the line, the engine line, that's it. 2300 can beat 2800. It doesn't matter. So I don't play open tournaments these days. I don't have a lot of income. My father took all my money, which I won when I was younger. So I have no money. And you know, I'm streaming because I love chess and I want to share my knowledge and also, you know, get support from you guys. So that's why I'm doing it. And I'm teaching. But there's so many books, so many teachers these days. You know, it's a huge market and competition. And, you know, so no free stuff pretty much these days. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to survive. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, I wanted to get a break for food. Okay. So let's see. Anything going on before the break? Rook f5. Yeah, rook b3 is standard. Yeah. Protect the knight. I mean, it's a pretty obvious move too. This game, I really didn't like this move. And g4 is played, and you can still play rook d8. Black needs to trade all the rooks and get this locked position, okay? So let's see, for example, what happens here. Take, take. If we still go ahead with this plan, yeah? The problem here is that bishop c4, okay, but knight c4. But okay, knight c6 is very logical, so I don't see a problem. Yeah, the problem with this is that white goes for this bishop f4, king e7, g5, and then there's the h5, h6 idea, yeah? Ah, there you go, knight e5 and knight f7, yeah. That's how you stop it. Because h6 you take with the knight here. Yeah, you take this pawn, that's critical. And if you play g6, yeah, this is the only problem for black, because you take with this pawn, and you're trying to get the passer, okay? But then what, yeah? How do you win this? Can you win this? Advantage white for sure, but is winning. Bishop controls this, knight hits the pawn. You cannot take this because king will come. The only way I can think of is the king is here, then you take on king g5, yeah? But then, see, he already attacks this thing. So, not easy endgame. Not easy. Okay, Keimer found rook a6, very impressive. My god. But okay, it's pretty obvious too now, yeah, because 94 threat. So Keimer found the best defensive setup. Good job. Good job. He should be able to find it. He's a top 10 player in the world now. This looks good for black, I think, because if bishop ever gets here, white can just resign. Yeah, knight c4. This king is not safe at all. I don't like the way Abdussadorf played this with white. Yeah, I actually like, but okay, g6 is not easy to play because knight f6. Yeah, that's why the ancient plays this first. So draw. Yeah, very safe, locking the bishop out. Then king e8, knight e7 immediately. Yeah. If black managed to trade this knight safely, he's fine. Yeah, draw. This looks, after e5, black gets rid of his only weakness, should be a draw. Nepo was dead lost, it's actually getting worse and worse by the minute. Advantage white here. The reason that white has advantage, this bishop is very strong. Potentially weakness here. E4, e5 maybe, main idea. Knight h5, pawn f4, again, very strong bishop. The save game looks equal. This is draw. Rapport is playing white. He's a little bit better. Okay, I'm rooting for Rapport actually. Red cap. White is a little bit better, but maybe not enough. Shirov is better. No, Shirov is worse with white. But this looks equal, to be honest. This pawn, rhomboid pawn structure is extremely unpleasant for white, actually. Prague is very solid, it's equal. Hare Krishna, advantage white. I want to check Dubov's game. Dubov is how they draw. French champion game. Looks pretty weird. Hard to say. The angel says equal, but I think black queen is in danger. Ivanchuk was okay. Ivanchuk survived, and world champion is pressing. Looks a little bit better for black, yeah. Grishuk was crazy game. Grishuk is pair of bishops, very strong compensation. Actually, much better for black. Colors was actually the guy, you know, who did really well in some also important tournament, but here he is struggling. And now Ponomaryov is set up the blockade here, and black is better because this bishop is very bad. Gurechkin is really doing not well, actually. Not that bad in this tournament, but here she's much worse. Yeah. Shankland expected more from him. Here he's much better, maybe winning. Artemiev is big disappointment. He is losing yet again. And Zemlyansky is a new Russian talent kid. Not sure what happens. Yeah, rook b3, found. Knight b7. Really not a good place for the knights. I don't know, maybe he wants to move the rook or something and put the knight back. Maybe repeat the position. I don't like this move. Yeah. White has to think. I think queen h4 is reasonable. Alright, let me get a break. Yeah, I did answer your question. Sorry, you had ads, but you know, again, that goes to actually to your question. I need to survive, and ads give me some income, very, very small, like 20 euros a month, but you know, better than nothing. All right, I'll be back after like, I don't know, let me get a break, like 15 minutes, okay? Because nothing going here.
Тарелочка тебе так еще подожжу. Тебе понравится.
Давай.
Нет, только тарелочку, пожалуйста.
Если можно сливу туда поставить. Слива и изюмчика.
Изюмчика нет, но сливы обычно сделаем.
Угу. Потому что она очень тягучая. Со сливой будет хорошо. Это почти как каша.
Ну, так там частично каши и есть. Солнышко, частично каши есть. Бедный мой, устал. Только энергии домой. Сейчас мое солнышко.
не ставлю, я завтра поставлю. На
Ну, ты
днях.
уже сказал, уже круто.
На днях поставлю.
Солнышко мое, там еще кашка, гречка добавилась. Просто я не успела утром приготовить. Я только успела сделать
Спасибо, солнышко мое.
то, что успела.
Спасибо, родночка моя. Спасибо, подозревик.
Я не стараюсь, как могу, хочу поддержать тебя всячески.
Я знаю, солнышко мое.
проветрить, может быть, пока кушаешь.
All right, back in a few. Wait, I forgot my mug. There. Alrighty. What did I miss? Yeah, apparently the check first was better because the idea is that you stop d4 now. Yeah, because check. The problem was maybe he was afraid of rook f8, but then queen b5, knight g2. You cannot play because there's check. Yeah. So a lot of tactics. Kind of have to be aware of these tactics. d4 I don't think he was afraid of because he can just take this. So very likely the check is more important. And I don't understand, like, why can't you play this? Okay, you can, yeah. Well, maybe there's some knight g5 idea, but you don't have rook f2 because of check. So it's equal. All right, so but queen b4 is good enough, yeah, because you're threatening to take this pawn, and you trade the queens. And once you trade the queens, it's just dead draw. Black must trade the queens because otherwise you just take this knight. So, otherwise, how do you protect this pawn? Yeah? The only way to play is to play d4. And again, the question is, if you trade the queens, this endgame is dead draw. But if you don't trade the queens, then this pawn actually is more dangerous than this one, because this one is being blocked, that one is not. So I think Alireza now is facing the question how to make a draw, and he goes for it, and queen b6 now leads to draw. So this. If you play like this, then centralization. Okay, maybe some ideas, yeah. Okay, maybe this will be played actually, yeah. Something like this, 93. Check, king f7. Rook b3 probably, yeah. c5, check. So this is very likely to be a draw. Yes, as you can, so see what happened? Plus 1.2, okay? Black got outplayed. So take, and b4 is very reasonable, knight b3. And black has serious problems. So Hans is maybe actually losing this endgame. Yeah, because he doesn't know how to play this endgame. He misplayed it. So those of you who calling Giri is like, you know, and I told you many times already, this endgame, white is playing for 2 results, pair of bishops, and Giri is very good with pair of bishops, okay? By the way, if Giri wins this game, what's happening? Giri is actually 7 points. If Giri wins this game, he qualifies. You guys realize it, yeah? Because he actually wins the tournament. He actually wins the tournament. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen if he wins this game. So he is slowly nursing his small advantage. Now it's no longer small. It's pretty decent. The only question I have is here. He's threatening to trap the knight, yeah? So, is this winning or not? Also, do you play g5 here? Apparently g5 is not enough. Because it looks to me like black has some good chances here to make a draw, yeah. Even the pawn down, because your pawn formation is very good. Very difficult for white to make progress here. So, maybe that's black's plan, yeah? But still. One. The problem is after e5, which must be played, how do you break through this pawn formation? Because you need to get your king here or here, but it's very difficult. If you go here, check. If king goes here, then black stops him like this, okay? And if you try to put the bishop here, then black immediately puts the bishop here and stop you here, all right? So this is actually known as a draw, okay? There are some defensive positions which are considered to be draw here, and you need to know them. Pawn down, but still, because of your good structure, it's a draw, okay? This is kind of important, actually. All right, so let's see what happened. Rook c3, he plays no, that's not my favorite movie. Why are we discussing movies now? We're looking at the last round of the Grand Swiss. Um, I love movies in general, but Dumb and Dumber is fine. You know, there's nothing wrong with having a very silly comedy. But right now we're looking at the last round of this critical championship. Uh-huh. Knight f4, black is playing for a win, yeah? Still. Alright. Why not? The knight is very strong here. Some potential motives for the back rank, yeah, problem. But at the same time, this pawn is very strong, yeah? Even rook goes here, pawn push. Okay, but black doesn't risk to lose this, okay, that's for sure. Yeah, knight d4 is logical. Outplay here, rook e5 probably. Hit this knight. And probably f3 will be played, and then rook e3, rook behind. Also rook d3. Rook a1 is very human. Rook behind, right? Rook here, and then you have to calculate this line. Because this pawn is pretty fast. Yeah. You have piece, but this is two moves, yeah. So, still, pretty interesting. Keimer game is heating up. Okay, Keimer is good calculator, good defender. So let's see. Bishop e5 is a surprising choice, to be honest, but okay. Given the other lines, why not? So white gambles on these two pawns, yeah. And black is going for, yeah. So this is logical. You want to get the knight to e6 to guarantee yourself a draw. This is the idea, okay? With the knight here, you're putting the knight here, and you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself a draw, because at some point black will have to give up the exchange. Then you trade, and looks like a draw. So queen a7 or rook moves. That's a pretty tough choice, actually. The engine, of course, suggests c5 and just push the pawn. Push the pawn. You give this pawn, but you get this thing's already very close, yeah. So, but knight c5 is human. I understand this move. All right, probably rook a8 actually, because this queen is well placed here. So rook d1, forcing this, queen d6. Ah, and now white is better, yeah. So what else can you do? Can you play rook d8? And then white is better. Wow. Black actually is in trouble a little bit. Rook d1, probably rook d6. h6, yeah, get this knight out before he jumps to e6. That's why you need to safeguard your queen so you can play knight e6. And you cannot play this because of f4. So that's why queen f2, and f6, and knight e6. And as I said, it's very likely... Ah, but you can play this. That's actually very good for black, yeah? Because king comes, then you may be sacrificing the exchange and you get the extra pawn rook endgame. Yeah, that will actually work for you, for sure. Yeah. Ah, sorry, knight a6, of course. My bad. Knight a6, and then it is equal, yeah. That's why rook d6, yeah. Then king f1 is kind of weird. Kind of makes sense, but still weird. King here. Queen d2, hit the pawn, logical. If you take, knight takes, and pretty much is a draw. If you try to play here, then knight c5, or maybe even knight c7 is okay. Yeah, knight b5, also c5, d6, and white cannot lose this. Cannot lose this. Okay. I can already tell you that white completely missed knight e3 idea, yeah? That was the only move actually that kept the balance, but you need to calculate this line. You needed to calculate this line, which is not easy. Yeah. Also, maybe he was afraid of this. But first rank is safe. Check. Bishop d1, rook here. Rook d7, d6. Luft here, king a2, and bishop b3. And white just got in time, yeah, for everything. So it's equal. And he didn't see it. He plays this, but now after this, black is better. The problem is if black bishop again gets here, look at this bishop difference, yeah? So Liang can actually win. If Liang wins, he will be where? Liang is actually, okay, even if he wins, his tie breaks are pretty bad. Ah, rating performance, yeah, rating performance. Yeah, first tie break is rating performance here. And he's playing against 2748, so that certainly will help. Winning against 2748 will help his rating performance. Actually, big time, yeah. So actually, rating performance thing is, I don't know, kind of unpredictable. Right, let's go back. Alireza with 6 minutes on the clock and 10 moves to make. Rook f6 looks very strong. Get rid of this knight. But you kind of just need to push the pawn. This pawn. Push. And even this, yeah. So I would push the pawn here for sure. Yeah, he probably wanted this, but... And the idea is if knight moves, then double the rook and mate, yeah. But this move, of course. You're gonna chase this rook, maybe. Yeah, but still kinda... Why can you not chase this rook? Ooh. Oh, sorry. Famous knight trick. Protect the rook and win the rook, yeah. Oops, my bad. Check here, a7. This is still very tricky. Even after this. Yeah. Yeah, this looks pretty dangerous actually for white. So, interesting. Rook c4. And you cannot play this anymore, yeah? You cannot play this anymore because there are mate threats coming. Knight h3, rook b2. And because of this mate. Yeah. Tricky position actually. Yeah, Alireza finds solutions. f3, rook c7. So rook f6 is the most logical move. Yeah, this knight is very strong. You need to get rid of it. g5. Oh yeah, there is also rook c6. That's true. But rook is still infiltrating here, and not much white can do. Rook b2 even. Rook b2, rook c2. Okay, rook b4, a6, rook a4. So this probably will be the position on the board. Black king escapes compared to white king here. So we're still getting this kind of position, yeah. White king is being cut off. It's unpleasant, but it should be a draw because you can't really mate white. Can you push this pawn? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, rook here, h4. Can you push this pawn? Even if you push this pawn, yeah, then what? Because you cannot play king h5. That's the reason for h4. Stops king h5 because of mate. If you play g5, there is no mate possible. So this is a draw. and you stop d3, yeah. Because he immediately chases rook off. Okay, yeah, average rating is better, yeah, I agree. Alright, so, wait, what happens? Rook d6 is not good. Okay, so Hans keeps making mistakes, yeah? But in order to understand these mistakes, you have to understand the position. And, yeah. So queen a7 is played, rook e1 is played, and rook e1 is not accurate. Rook e1 is not very accurate, rook d6 is logical. I kind of think f4 is probably the best move, yeah. Because this bishop needs to be locked. This is what it does, king f2, you take with the king, rook goes back here, and full blockade, yeah. And then king's here, knight comes. Yeah, it looks actually very dangerous for black, but looks can be deceiving. I don't understand this move. Okay, black just wants to set up this. Queen looks here. If I play slowly, then what? Then you get rid of this knight eventually, yeah? Rook a8. If I block everything. Queen here. Knight e2, queen b2. Now this rook is locked out. And but how does black make progress? Yeah, how do you break through this thing? I just don't see it. King f2. I guess black has to wait for white to push his pawns, then they become weak. And if he doesn't push his pawns, then at some point he'll have to break through with g5, I guess. But okay, white doesn't threaten to win this at all, yeah. It is very, very double-edged, very, very double-edged. If, yeah, it's very exciting, to be honest. Very exciting position. Okay, rook d6 played. Knight f3 is a very bad move, but black needs to find this. Wow. Well, Keimer is actually very good tactically, so I have no doubt he'll find this. And after this, black is winning. Wow. Wow. So Erigesi took... My god, he has time to think in this position. He doesn't. Yeah, if white knight gets to e5, then this bishop is not moving, yeah. Still better for black though. Still better for black. And Keimer, okay, okay. Very interesting position. So, Blue Bam was thinking, has 19 minutes to think. The position is actually pretty complicated still. Hans is, after this move, he is lost apparently. No. Okay, the big question is this lost or not? This position lost or not? Compared with the pawns here, white king has access to this square and to this pawn, okay? That is the major difference compared to that position. With the pawns here and here, it was a draw, remember? But now it's not a draw. Let's confirm that. Let's confirm that. You have to play this. King c5 and king comes here, yeah? Because bishop needs to be on this diagonal and he can be pushed. He can be pushed. Triangle, because if king comes here, still winning, so king d7. Okay, a5, why is it winning? Why is it winning? Okay, this move has to be played. The bishop moves. Okay, king gets to c6, yeah? Yeah, and then king gets here, okay. So black king must be on d7. And then this apparently still wins. Yeah, this idea is winning. Yeah. All right. So Hans is lost this game. Hans lost the game pretty much. Well, that's how you lose the endgame. It's not a basic tactic. He thought that see, with the pawns here, it was the bishop endgame is a draw. But without these pawns, the bishop endgame is lost. Okay, that's not easy to understand. You have to foresee that bishop endgame in advance. Okay, not simple. Well, Hans just made the Giri champion of this tournament, I guess, unless somebody else wins here. If Keimer wins this game, then Keimer shares first place with the Giri. Yeah. Keimer did not find bishop e6. Bishop a6 is actually not a good move at all. He kind of needed to find this move. Probably he was worried about this, but this is very good endgame for black. The reason this is a good endgame for black is because this knight is terrible. He can be pushed with the bishop, and then king comes something. Okay, the big question is, how do you win this? I would play rook d6, get this file. King here, king. Yeah, the rook cannot move, yeah. Ah, the king comes here. King comes here, g5, then bishop moves, and this knight has no moves. Wow, lost. Yeah, it's actually incredible. Bishop a6, I don't understand at all. He wants to play this. Maybe he thought after knight c6, still advantage, yeah. Knight a4. But this endgame is not easy, because knight now protects this pawn. You cannot sack something. You can sack something only here. But then white plays this, yeah. And then knight can go to c4 even. But maybe not. Maybe this knight, yeah. So the two knights protect all the entry squares. You guys see it. And they protect this. So it's impossible to win for black, okay? Yeah. Keimer tiebreak seems lower than Giri. Okay, they don't care about winning the tournament. They care about qualifying to the candidates. If they share first, second place, they qualify to the candidates. I'm pretty sure Keimer will be happy. But Giri will win the historical tournaments, yeah. That means we'll have to suffer a lot more jokes on his behalf. But you know, Giri is a very, very strong player. He has been considered a huge talent since he was 16, yeah. How old is he now? Giri Viking. Yeah. He was born 94. So he is what? 6 plus 25. He's 31. He is age 31. Yeah. Pretty good age, because he can win the candidates. He has like maybe, again, remember I told you, you can win candidates before you're 36. After that, the chances go drastically down. to win the candidates. So he still has good chances. 31, 32, 33 is the apex of your biological age, where your mind, body, and everything is perfect. Okay, so he is entering the perfect biological age, where he'll play his best chess for a few years now. Okay, so it's logical, actually. It's connected. So he has a good tournament. That explains a lot of things. Yeah. So Anish has his chance actually to fight for the crown, and he can definitely beat Gukesh, that's for sure, if he plays the match. His problem will be winning the candidates. That will be his biggest challenge. He already played candidates before. I don't think he came close, but he played it before. And White plays this terrible move. Yeah. And of course, after this, it's just Black has a pawn up. It's winning. So Ergasi just made a huge mistake with knight. Okay. He must find knight a4 here, yeah. I'm pretty sure he'll find it. Knight a6 is actually also not bad. But why is it not bad? Let's find out. Rook e1 must be played to block the rook, to push the king, yeah. If a4, then d6. Push the pawn, push here, and rook b1. There is knight c6 fork. It's actually a draw. Okay, so with the exception of this move, White can take or play knight a4, he is fine. So Alireza, king g7 finds the correct plan. King comes, potentially rook comes here. White is actually in huge danger here. And also the threat is to take the knight. So the check must be played. a7, then we're getting this position, yeah. Rook at b1, and probably this one, yeah. Rook d1, t4, yeah, d7, and the idea is to take this pawn and play rook d2, and looks like to be a draw. Maximum Black can do is get this. Okay. This is the maximum, but they will play it, of course. They will play it. Yeah. Yep. Black must take this thing because bishop endgame is lost, so he must play this for sure. And rook b7, but this looks lost. This looks lost. Even this is probably winning. Or not, we don't know. But this is winning for sure. So Hans is losing for sure. Giri is winning. This is still complicated, but Alireza outplayed Blue Baum because Blue Baum didn't play. Still equalish, but I feel like Alireza outplayed Blue Baum. Keimer here, this game is a mess. But Keimer did good because Ergasi misplayed his attack. I thought he had a very strong attack and he misplayed it somewhere. This game, as mentioned before, Black advantage is obvious, yeah. Strong bishop, extra pawn. So Liang can win. Yeah, actually a lot of results, yeah. A lot of results. Yesipenko finished off Nepo in this quiz him to death. This is extremely sad game for Nepo. He'll be very upset, obviously. And I don't think he can qualify to the candidates anymore, yeah? So Nepo's chances to qualify for the World Chess Championship match are pretty much finished, yeah? He had his chances against Magnus. And he had his chance against the Ding guy, yeah? And he missed it. So, pretty much Nepo's professional career will still be strong. He'll still play a lot of strong tournaments, but competing for the World Chess Championship title, it seems very unlikely. Especially now that the younger players are getting stronger and stronger. Knight a4 is played, and the white king gets to d4 and protects this pawn, yeah. Yeah, black must do this. He must take this d5 and it's a draw. Okay, so Keimer actually maybe not winning. Giri is winning. Giri is the sole winner of the tournament, it looks like. Naturally, the guy who I don't like wins the tournament, of course. Of course. But we have to give him due. Chess-wise, Giri is always been a very strong professional, great theoretical player, and huge experience, yeah. And now he is entering his apex biological form. He'll be a huge force to deal with. I think he is much stronger than Gukesh, to be honest, much stronger. So if they play the match, Giri wins like no problem at all. With all due respect to Mr. Gukesh, he has no chance against Giri. And I think that's, yeah, unless Ali Reza wins, yeah. But even if Ali Reza doesn't win, if he shares second place because of the high tie breaks, he should be getting second spot. But that second spot is getting murky, yeah. Getting very murky. My God, it's actually unclear. Alireza has 2685. That is actually pretty low. Yeah, if Mishra wins with black, wait, what is Mishra game? Oh yeah, he plays. Oh no, that's Liang. Mishra. Oh, he drew. Okay. Andy drew. Yeah. Right. I missed this game. Yeah, this was actually a little bit careless. I'll play h3 to prevent this, because now also this is a little bit careless. g5, g4, yeah. But okay, it's draw, yeah. See? A, B pawns, yeah? Bishop endgame. Just like in Hans Niemann, one of the lines we looked at, this is draw. Alright, so that means Liang, and Liang is the only one who can catch these guys, yeah? What's Liang's 2649? Yeah, Liang, even if he wins, he is not gonna challenge. Yeah, he's not gonna challenge Alireza for sure. So, looking at this, Blue Baum has the highest. It will be a fight between Blue Baum and Alireza actually, right? So it's important if one of them wins. If they draw and Giri wins the tournament, but Blue Baum and Alireza, they have very similar tie breaks, but Blue Baum is higher, and only 2 people qualify. Wow, so this game is actually hugely important now. This endgame is actually huge important. Blue Baum finds the correct move. Wow, impressive. And now, Black doesn't have a lot of moves actually, yeah? The reason that he has to give this check is because this rook is not getting anywhere. Because the rook f7 is a huge problem, hitting this knight. The reason it's a problem is because of a tricks like this. Rook e2, and suddenly there is mate threat. Wow, man. See, this knight interposes both rooks to win a tempo for the counter mate threat. And this is the finesse. Knight is untouchable because of the pawn. My god. Chess is complicated. Um, well, Fabi is obviously still better than Geary. Yeah, I rate Fabi's chances better, but not by much, to be honest. Geary is, again, very, very strong. Geary is just as experienced as Fabi. I remember playing both of them when they were younger. How old is Fabi? Keep forgetting. FIDE, okay, not FIDE, chess player Fabiano Caruana, Vicky. Is 92, that means he is what, 33, right? He's 33. Yep, 33 and 31. But Fabi hit his prime, and he needs to win now the candidates, because 34 is already a step towards the decline, okay? And 36, I mean, decline, but okay, he is still reasonable, yeah? From 36 to 30, from 34 to 36, your decline starts, yeah? But you're still very competitive. After 36, you can forget about it, okay? So he still has like a couple more years. Geary has like 3 more tries, okay? Let's put it this way. All right, so it's the end game, but remember I said like black is gonna take this pawn and trade this pawn and play. Black is gonna take these 2 pawns and trade for them d pawn, then he's gonna play h and g versus f, which is legendary theoretical rook endgame, and it's a draw. So this looks like a draw, and Hans went to the bishop endgame, but it's lost. He doesn't know it. Okay, he knows it. I'm pretty sure he knows it, that it's lost. He's trying to pose some problems, yeah? Active king to prevent this king from running to f5, but it's not gonna happen. Okay, let's see. Here, f4. Bishop runs back and forth, I guess. Then bishop here and e5, yeah? And now white king is ready to go to f6 and win the game. Well, Hans, dude, it's your own fault, man. You could have played better. Yeah, this is a huge fight still. Huge fight. Alright, and now rook d1 and rook d7, and you go after this pawn. And you trade the rook. Because black cannot play king h5, yeah. White is so lucky that black king cannot come. If black king could come, white is lost. But black king cannot come because of the mate. And you cannot play g5, because then if you lose all these pawns, it's just dead, immediate draw. Even with rooks here. Alright, so 3 minutes to make time control. Blue bound just needs to find a simple idea to trade the pawn, double the rooks and trade the rooks. He will find it. King f4, and Geary will win this game. Remember I told you this, yeah? And then all those people who said that Geary, why you play so passive chess, yeah? This is why, because he put pressure on his opponent and Hans blundered. And this crazy, crazy game. By the way, what is Keimer's tie break? But, if Keimer wins this game and Geary wins this game, they both qualify, and neither Blue Baum, neither Firuza, neither Alireza. Wait. Yeah. If Geary wins and Keimer wins, they both qualify and nobody else does. Crazy, yeah? Absolutely crazy. My God. And Ergasi's endgame is not so good. Yeah, he misplayed. Yeah, he just misplayed completely. My god. G5. Holy fuck. Heimer is very strong. Okay, rook e8 will be played, I'm sure. And he's calculating the consequences of bishop c6. Gets rid of this knight or this knight and pawn breaks somewhere, yeah? Yeah, but g5 pawn was kind of important, man. Do you have to play g5 here? If you don't play g5, then there is rook g3, yeah? And then king comes. Okay, I understand. Yeah, it's not an easy move to find. But now you have to be absolutely precise. You cannot make a single mistake in the calculation here. You cannot make a mistake. So how do you protect this knight? So 93 is played, bishop c6 is the only move. There is no other move. You have to play it. You have to make it. So while you're thinking, playing, when you have the obvious move, you should play it. Okay, don't overthink it, because you might blunder something if you play something else. And now white has only one move, knight dc5, that does not lose immediately, because if you play this, yeah, the rook is protected, by the way, so the knight is hanging, yeah. Yeah, so this is the only move. Take, f4. Ah, wait, knight takes, obviously. f4, rook e1, and e3. And this is a critical position. White king gets to f3. Oh my god, he played rook c7. Okay. Then why do you play g5, yeah? Why do you give the whole pawn, man? I mean, it makes no sense. Yeah, chess is hard. Okay, rook d2 is very smart, protecting the pawn. That is why you start with rook d1. Okay, and then you play rook d7. Kind of crazy how both kings are paralyzed, yeah. But now, okay, this pawn comes to d3, and then what? And then what? I still don't get it. But it's a fighting chance, yeah? So, small inaccuracy. After rook d1, it's just immediate draw. Now the pawn comes. What happened? Thank you for subscribing, Mr. Grob Zombie. Gear is winning. I'm not going to talk about who deserved more because you know, in a tournament like this, if you're in the first, second, third place, you deserve it. Okay. You gave it all. You focus on this tournament. You know, there is no undeserving players in this tournament. There are a lot of people in this tournament who had fair chance at the first top three prizes. A lot of players, but those who end up at the top, they all deserve it. Superior strategy, superior energy conservation, superior psychology, staying cool, not making a lot of mistakes. Keimer actually lost the game to Morizi, if we remember, in that stupid bishop endgame. and yet he remains calm, and he has his chance. He is, but he is now misplaying. Yeah, Chimer's endgame is also, yeah, these guys are very good in complicated positions, but the endgame skills are, I would say, they're good, but not like Magnus, okay, in the endgame, both of them. And now they both play the endgame, so it's kind of crazy actually. And black must take the pawn, yeah. But if he takes the pawn, then and he must get this pawn, yeah. But it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing for b5, f2, maybe even g6, yeah. He doesn't like a g6. He wants to have this under control, but h6, king f7, do king here, knight c4, king h2, take. Yeah, this rook is very passive. Knights are supporting each other and hitting weaknesses, yeah. Yeah, it's impossible to win this. My god, this is what? g4. What is going on here, man? Like, why is Erigasi trying to lose this game? I don't understand. I do not understand this. Maybe he was afraid of rook e7, but then rook f2, yeah. g4, 7. And now rook here and take the pawn and pin, yeah. See guys, if Magnus played this game, he would not make these inaccuracies, he would play perfectly. And he would win with either color. I believe he would win this game with either color, okay? But okay, this is a very long tournament, these guys are tired, and they're down 2 seconds in the very last round in a high stakes game. I don't blame them. It is high stakes game. Last round. I do not envy these people. You know, games like this, they take years away from your life, okay? Years. Yeah, that's the thing a lot of people don't understand, that nerves, yeah, the body, it has this ability to give the mind, which does all the job, all energy for the moment, yeah. And that's what their bodies are doing now, but it comes at the cost, okay? Because the nervous energy that is being expended now, for example in this game, to calculate all this stuff, yeah, to keep calm, yeah, the nervous cells, they age so fast, yeah. That's why I said you lose years of your life. I've been through that. I know what it feels like. I do not envy chess players in a moment like this, yeah. Because one move can go wrong and just ruin the whole fucking tournament, okay? Alright, and rook g7 is played, and still the knight on f2 going to e4. Black has to find bishop c8 f5. He will find it. It's not that difficult. But then it will be knight c5, knight e4, knight and these two pawns versus rook and this. And yes, Alvarez's pawn gets to d3, but then what? Yeah. And then what? Because you cannot keep this pawn and mate white king. If the pawn was on e3, you could check, check, and e2 check. Yeah. But the pawn is here, and the king cannot move. This is crazy. I think he's gonna try g5, but he cannot, yeah, because check and mate. So that's a problem. This neither pawn moves nor king moves because of the check and mate. So that means only one of these rook moves and pawn moves. But okay. Rook can go back here, d3, and rook goes back here, yeah. And there is no progress. Because obviously you can go here. Yeah, maybe you can think of rook g3, but then immediately super activation. Immediate draw. What else you can do? You can give a check. But if you do this check, there is the queen thing. So you have to go back, go back. Now this pawn is hanging, yeah. So again, what can you do? Probably you can take this with the hope that white plays something like this, and then, I don't know, some chances. And then we probably will see this then, yeah. So king f1, even this move is okay. But now he can take this pawn, yeah. I'm not sure giving up this pawn is so much better, but because now black king comes here. This is kind of weird. And it's still a draw actually, yeah, because that pawn is hanging, check. You trade off the last pawn and get very safe, yeah. Rook h2, king here. And it's +5. But you still need to cross this thing, yeah? So how do you do that? Bishop e2, bishop e6. How do you win this? Probably bishop here, and then bishop e8, that's how you win this, yeah? And then bishop comes here. Because the moment king comes here, you can play e5, that's a win. So black must stand. Bishop comes here, g4, and king f5, king f6, okay? Pretty simple win. Pretty simple win, and then king comes, yeah. Yeah, okay, Giri wins, and the critical game is this. And looks like a draw, actually. Wow. It looks like a draw. But okay, chances for black, yeah? Chances for black, because black gets this pawn and has rook and 2 pawns versus 2 knights. Chances, not much. Not many chances, but better than nothing. Yeah, he will fight for sure. Because if Keimer wins this, he knows this. He will qualify immediately, yeah? If he doesn't qualify. Amazing. Okay, there's only one move. Rook e2. Wow. Rook e2 is actually instant draw. Wow. My God. This is instant draw, actually. Whoa. Okay, but he can find it because, you know, the time control is over, yeah? I'm pretty sure he sees rook e2. Rook e2 is instant draw because you don't lose even these pawns, yeah? And if black protects, then your king just goes here and this does not move. So just dead draw immediately. Right, critical game. This is lost. Black is trying to win. Here, black has very good chances to win. But we're looking at the leaders. This is the only game left that is critical in my mind. You subbed? Are you sure? Let me check. What does it say? Yes, it shows your sub. Thank you. You did, yeah? Yeah, it shows you have a star. Yeah. No notification. Yeah, it's glitchy. Sorry about that. All right. King e2. King e2. So where does the king go? King g7, king f7 makes a lot of sense. Why not king g7? Because for some reason this is not as good as that. And this is just equal because white is actually better. Wow, no way. White cannot be better here. Man, if white is better here, I feel sorry for Vincent, but okay. But yeah, he had some clear advantage, but apparently king f7 is better. Why? Why is this move better? I don't understand. Because after this, white king does not get too far, yeah? Yeah, if white king is cut off, if white king gets here, he is fine. But if his king is cut off here, then some problems, yeah? Man. Yeah, rook e2 is a very dramatic move. Very, very dramatic move, man. What black can do is he can play something like this, maybe. But then king g1 and oh, this is actually losing. Wow. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And rook d2 back, yeah, something like this. So it's going to be transposition to the previous line, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Hans is trying to prevent this bishop e8 thing, g4. But how are you going to prevent it? Like bishop here, yeah. And bishop e5, that's it. So maybe his king's here. And king b4. Yeah, that's maybe the only line that they're both calculating. Now both e5 and bishop g6 should win. I think this is simpler. Because you just push this pawn. King takes this pawn and then give up the bishop here. So it's an easy win. Yeah. I predicted the Blue Baum and Anish will qualify. So good job. Can you have a look on the report game? Sure. Oh, he did win. Okay, good job. Yeah, this knight d4 apparently is correct. Okay. Rook h7. My god. Modern chess, yeah? This is modern chess. This is modern chess. Queen c7. Okay, but black is fine. So the black is fine here. Pair of bishops. He should be fine. h5 is correct. This is a very logical move, but if you want to make a draw, you just trade this knight, okay? And white kind of has to take it, I think, because if you don't take it, then pair of bishops. But he was, you know, the good thing about Amin, and I know this guy, is he is like pretty much always playing for a win as well, all right? So that's good. They're both trying to play for a win, and the result is usually a good game. So king e7, centralization. Okay, moving rook back. So pair of bishops, I'm pretty sure black is fine. White is happy because he has nice squares for the knights. Potential attack here. Small advantage white. Okay, and I really don't like this. Why would you give up your bishop willingly? Yeah, I really don't like that. And king takes b4. Now white's just much better. Yeah. All the benefits and no weaknesses for white. So white is winning. Rook c1, anything wins pretty much. Yeah, very pretty. Yeah, these double pawns, they're meaningless. White wins this pawn, wins these two pawns, and the endgame. Yeah, very clean game. Except that black probably got into time trouble around here. 3 minutes, yeah. 8 minutes, yeah. Here he has 11 minutes to make 13 moves. That's actually time trouble, right? Whenever you have less than 1 minute per move, that's called time trouble. And he gave up this super important bishop. Yes, white gets to play b4, that's true. And you do have weaknesses, but you have pair of bishops still. With a pair of bishops, you might give up one pawn. It's actually fine. Apparently, there's even this move. And the idea is that, you know, after the trades, this bishop will be looking at this pawn. So you can't really play something like this, because rook endgame then is equal. So 95 would be very, very strong, yeah. The engine suggests a different pawn structure like bishop e4, which you must always consider, because this is superior version. The king comes, this pawn is weak, and the pawns join. And now this is pretty much winning, okay? So there are a lot of differences, nuances. Bishop d5, only small advantage for white. Bishop e4, and if you take, white is winning, okay? Which is why you go into the opposite color bishop endgame, and very good chance to make a draw. All right, so not bad. All right, let's go back. What's happening here? And he found rook e2. That's actually very impressive. And Hans is winning. Oh, I mean, Hans is lost still, and Keimer is playing this game. Yeah, they're gonna play this for a while. Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting, actually. Yeah. Pretty sure they both see this line, because if you take, knight takes, white is just fine. Yeah, king is here. Even then, you know, if black manages to trade this pair of rooks, let's see. How do we trade the pair of rooks? Good question. Like, okay, if you play like this, yeah, and white plays, I don't know, this. You see the evaluation is black is winning, because now this pawn and this king is too strong, okay? So white cannot trade the rooks in this position. He must keep the pair of rooks on board. Only then you have a draw. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how in chess, you know, the rook trade looks equivalent, but then your whole position goes down. Yeah. So. Yeah, King D1, that's rapport game, that's right. Regional chess, I love those. But these days we have a lot of regional players, theoretical players, youngsters, aggressive players. Like, again, Abdusattorov, Liang, all these kids already grew up, yeah, and they play amazing chess. Mishra, Virid is super solid. And Yu Yang Yu was also a talent in his day, but he was super solid. You cannot be too super solid, to be considered a challenger for the world title. You need to win games. You need to take risk. Okay, if you've been too solid all the time, you can't win stuff. Okay, so that's why it's very important to be a risk taker. That's how Nepo won his chances to qualify for the World Chess Championship matches. Okay, that's why Mamedov came close, but Mamedov's problem was that he was too emotionally unstable. All right, Rapport was always considered again extremely talented, original, but he had problems with endgames, and by the time he resolved that problem, he's got a little bit old now. He is still okay. How old is he? He is. Wait, he's 29. Yeah, he is only a couple years younger than Geary. Yeah, but if we consider their tournament results, Geary's results are better than Rapport. Geary played in the Candy Days. He won a couple of Icons tournaments. Sure, of course it helped that Geary worked for the strong people for the World Chess Championships. Yeah, he helped them. He got the knowledge, understanding how it's done. So Rapport only, I think, worked with Ding, and I don't think that helped him a lot. Maybe, hopefully, but he would have gotten a lot more if he worked with Magnus or with Nepo or those guys. Okay. Hell, yeah, because you learn more from the experienced guys, no, not the guys who like have no idea. Okay, if they're a newbie, there is not much you can learn from them. All right, let's see. All right, I think it's time for another break. Okay, let me get another break, and I'll come back to check if anything is moving here. Yeah, I knew that others I would play this. Now he will move the rook somewhere. Yeah, but where? There is the funny draw like this. Yeah, this is very funny draw. Oh my god. But okay, probably not. Yeah, the others will try to find some way to play for a win. Because if he does not win this game, he is out, yeah? Then his opponent qualifies because of the better tie breaks. Yeah, Blue Bomb is, I'm very impressed. But if Blue Bomb holds this game, he qualifies and Alvarez doesn't. Chess is cruel, but, nothing you can do. That's why I said, element of luck in these tournaments is like huge, huge. All right, guys, I'm gonna get a break. All right, I'm pretty tired already. See you soon.
Конечно, солнышко, надо открывать.
Холодно.
Конечно, работала многие.
Ну, конечно, поразительно. Там из-за тайбрейка, и то, что Ханс проиграл Гири, он весь турнир испортил всем. В первую очередь себя, дал Гири выйти в кандидатский, вообще ужас просто. Неприятный персонаж Гири. Это Ханс этим болел, но он сам виноват. Не сдержал позицию, во-вторых, выбор в дебюте неправильно сделал. Да. Ну и ладно. Гири первая. И сейчас вот ключевой вопрос, кто будет второй, да? Потому что самый лучший тайбрейк у Блюбаума. До этого тура Блюбаум шел на первом-втором месте за Велизой. Понимаешь? Они, то есть там 5 человек делили первое место, но по тайбрейкам Блюбаум или Реза. Они были лучшие. Если все сыграли ничью и они сыграют ничью, то они выходят оба. Но поскольку выиграл гири, теперь только один из двух может только выйти. Если не сделать ничью, то у Блюбана там на 3 очка всего разница. Тайбрейк.
На сегодняшнем тоже меняется тайбрейк?
Не меняется, потому что это рейтинг перформанс. И вот. И просто из-за этой разницы в 3 очка тайбрейка.
Просто разница судьбы, по сути. Играет человек в кандидатах или не играет.
Да, именно. Ну, это какое-то дебильное правило, конечно. Но оно есть. И это удивительно просто. И камера тоже черная еще может, если он выиграет, он выходит. Он тогда он выходит, а не Блюбан, понимаешь? И тогда и не Блюбан, и не Авелиза не выходит.
Если команда интересна.
А они вместе играют за одну команду. Вот это, конечно, не упнялся, понимаешь? Вот это фантастика.
На самом деле у них давно такого ничего не было.
Да вообще, да, близко, что в финанске кто-то вышел, но на Хаймероне это все ставили сюда.
Ну да, ну то есть
да.
он не так давно появился.
Ну, Камерон проиграл Мауризе, если он молодец, вышел, вот, и имеет шансы выйти. Но он должен выиграть в регрессе. Если он выиграет, он попадает. Если он не выиграет, он не попадает. То есть там тоже фантастическая баталия идет, конечно. Там какая-то просто фантастическая баталия идет. Все играют до конца, там, да. И Эншпиль тоже сложный. Вау.
Ты молодец, все это комментируешь. Опять, конечно, там и эмоции, что боль и жизнь. Что ты комментируешь, качественную работу вкладываешь.
Ну, мне за...
Тут тебя там подписываются немножко, но все равно.
Мы еще двое подписались. Ладно. Просто мне надо было сам это сделать.
Для себя, да.
Для себя, да.
Какие-то партии, я поняла, сохранил.
Плюс вот это вот...
Методички.
Мне придется как партию Кири прокомментировать. Он же выиграл турнир. Против Ханса Нимана, тем более.
Да, любим. Это тебе же для методички какие-то партии ведет.
Да, я уже сохранил несколько партий.
Да. Я, конечно, удивилась, что ты когда говорил про ход G5, я выглянула на позицию, думаю, так, зачем я даю пешку? Мне ясно, чтобы выбить коня от форса, для чего-то ладья E8. Автоматически сразу подумала, думаю, странно, какой логику человек отказался от хода ладья E8. Ты помнишь, да?
Да. Все, Блюбаум устоит, конечно. То есть там есть идея дать шах. 2, ладья 2, шах. Король 1, ладья 2. 7, 6. Это тоже ничья. Так, да, все, Кири выиграл. У Камеры сложнейшая позиция. А Лизе так повезло, что тогда благодаря тому, что мы только приехали, нам нужна была поддержка клуба, что я согласился поехать на этот турнир. Потому что я только благодаря этому смог попасть на кандидатские. А сейчас он сам играет, не может попасть. А тогда только благодаря тому, что я поехал.
Да. Простыл там.
Простыл, заболел. Ну еще понятно было, что все ждали, что он выиграет.
Да, как тебе
И за это нам дали 1000 евро.
3 или 2?
1000?
Нет, точно не 1000, там 2, по-моему, дали. Тут точно не 1000.
За этот турнир нам дали 1000 евро. То есть за этот турнир дали 1000 евро? И за то, что и бонус дали 1000 евро. Хорошо? Да, правильно. черно, смешно.
Ну да, конечно.
Здесь Аронян, чтобы попасть в кандидатские, тот там организовал просто весь турнир. Там потратил $5 миллионов, чтобы Аронян попал в кандидатские. А азербайджанцам там заплатили как минимум $500 000, чтобы кто-нибудь из Раджабов или Мандиров. Ну, Мандиров вряд ли, Мандиров, наверное, что заплатили. Но за Раджабу заплатили $500 000 точно. Просто.
А ты мучаешься каждый месяц за аренду заплатить?
Да. Есипенко брал, не помню, еще просто задавил его. Я с этим Есипенко играл здесь вот в чемпионате Франции буквально 2 года назад.
Да.
А сейчас он обыгрывает бывшего кандидата, не помню еще. Да, быстро растут товарищи. Хотя Есипенко уже не молодой. А ему 23 года, все.
Я его узнала, когда мы с тобой играли в капелле в первом туре с ним играла. Во втором туре.
А, да, совсем маленький, да?
Ну да, я проиграла.
Он 2002 года рождения, ему было 14 лет.
Да.
Ой, ладно, все на перерыв еще пока. За это время у Лерезы там младенек, ну, ничейный, он будет играть еще, естественно. Что камера сейчас критическая партия. Абсолютно критическая партия. All right, so let's go back here. Let's see. Where's my mug? Okay, here it is. Yeah, so this is very difficult position, but now white is improving his knight to c4 because he can play rook c5, yeah. And black has to play something like this, yeah. Something like this, and he must take here. Otherwise, he risks not running any advantage at all. So this will be critical position, because if this pawn is alive, and if black takes this pawn, potentially, there is some pawns, so knight e6 is the only move, yeah. Here, take. And if you take here, knight g4 is just equal. So, again, this pawn must remain alive. But how, yeah? How long? If you play knight g3, then black is winning. Again, because white need to keep the rooks. So, how do you keep the rooks? You cannot take this because of knight f6. So king d3 looks viable, king f7, now the threat is to take. And still white must be careful, to be honest, yeah. Because this position, especially with the pins coming, king must go. That's how you get rid of the spin. The rook gets here, check, king here, and rook h1 probably, yeah. So we're gonna get something like this. This is extremely unusual endgame. Materially, it's equal. Materially, it's equal, and white needs to keep the rook alive. Yeah, because black does have this very, very far pawns, and the thing about these pawns and is known that the rook pawn is the most unpleasant pawn for the knight to deal with. Knights are pretty good against all other pawns except the rook pawn, because it moves so fast and it's on the very side line. Knight has very limited room to maneuver to deal with it, okay? And black has two of them. But the combination of two knights and a rook, especially against the king, is what gives white some counterplay, okay? This is extremely unusual endgame position. I've seen it maybe like once or twice in my lifetime. And of course it happens the last round of the Grand Swiss in a super important game, obviously. Of course, and Alireza just agreed to a draw, which leaves him with 0 chances to qualify into the candidates. Because there are already 2 people ahead of him. There is Giri, who won the tournament, and Blue Baum, who has a high tie breaks. Okay. And now there we have. All right, let's actually look what's happening here. Yeah. Yeah, Keimer is the only one who is actually, 2 German players, Blue Baum and Keimer, who are fighting for the last spot. And if Keimer draws, then Blue Baum qualifies. If Keimer wins, then Keimer qualifies. And what makes it especially super fun is that these guys are playing for the same team for many years. They're kind of friends. Okay, so yeah. I mean, it's crazy how life works out sometimes. Yeah, it's like you're big friends with somebody, you're competing for the same girl. Yeah, like friendships can be ruined because of things like that. Okay, even long-time friends. So I don't know. Keimer will try very hard. He has chances, and you know, he has to exhaust them. Yeah, because white is not out of the woods. He has to find a series of correct moves, and black too. Okay, it's not simple. This game gonna last a while. I expect this game to go down to the wire to the last seconds, okay? Last seconds. Only then we will find out who qualifies for the candidates. I have no preference. They are both my teammates for many years in Bundesliga, and they're great people. Personally, I found them both extremely nice, friendly, and professionals. And very decent people. So I don't have preferences. Especially they're both my teammates, okay? It's kind of funny, you know, like knowing a lot of people who are playing in the candidates, who are qualifying to the candidates, knowing them for many years. Yeah, kind of makes me old. You know, I've seen Smyslov. I played Smyslov, yeah, from the last century. He was already like 80. I played Tal, and now I'm playing all these youngsters. And I'm playing I mean, not only playing them, but playing with in their team. Crazy. I'm pretty sure Keimer never played Karpov or Kasparov. Yeah, I did. So I feel like I'm watcher of the ages. Anybody of you read the book Aztec? The first one? The best book, in my opinion. The writer like reflects perfectly exactly the same sentiment. He is describing the moment of life just before Spanish invasion of the Mexican continent, and he describes the invasion and the life after. Yeah. So, and he was always wondering like why he is alive, and the answer is because there needed to be someone who had to record the changes, dramatic changes. And what I have the same feeling. I'm watching chess since last century, and the changes are absolutely incredible. The game that is now played compared to the game I played when I was a kid is completely different. It's not the same. Yeah. That game will never be played again. The one that I played, it will never come back. Never. I played with the Germans. I don't think people know what that is. Yeah. It was 2 hours per 40 minutes, 1 hour per, after that 1 hour for for another 20 minutes, and then there was a Germans. So you played for 6 hours, and then potentially you could play for another 4 hours on the next day. So some games ran for 10, 11 hours, okay, over the period of 2 days. One game ran that long. Can you imagine? And then the legendary Germans were the people would hide their analysis. They would try to figure out who is the secret helper of your opponent. The legendary Olympic matches where the Soviets and the Americans they were spying on each other, you know, for the German games. The stuff the legends are made of, you know. Yeah. That's how high school band broke up because of the girl, yeah? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think there are very few things that can break up, like test and break up. Okay, the tests, the friendships, yeah? Um, the power, the money, and the women, yeah? The same three things that just run the world. It's always the same thing. These are the three things that can change people and test everything. No, I think Eric Gacy is just playing the game. It's not his fault, you know, he is involved in this. I think he is fully sympathetic to Keimer situation, but as a professional, he wants to play his best chess, okay? There's nothing he can do. Sometimes that is your role, and it's an unfortunate role, but you know, it has to be done. okay? So he is playing his best and he is trying. He's not doing this on purpose. He's just playing this game. And I would say he was not like the worst opponent for Keimer. He actually sacrificed the whole exchange, right, for the initiative. Keimer found good defense. But then Vincent had a couple of chances in the middle game to actually win the game. Okay, I wouldn't call it win the game, but obtain a much larger advantage than what he did, okay? And he didn't find the moves. If you don't find the moves, then do you really like belong then in the candidates, yeah? I mean, some people can say that even if you don't play well, you still belong in the candidates because of your past results or something. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things, yeah, a lot of factors. Again, there is a huge lady factor of lady luck. It's, especially now, in these days, luck is a huge factor. Just like in poker, yeah? You've been playing solid for hours and then you finally found the dream hand, right? You found the dream hand of, for example, pocket tens, and then you have a flop of a 10 and two aces, yeah? But unbeknownst to you, your opponent has pocket aces, right? So we have two full houses, but you run into the higher one. And what are you gonna do? Are you gonna really, fold your lower full house? You have to, yeah, but it's kind of ridiculous if you think about it. So luck is huge. Yeah, it's just like in chess. Rook b6. Apparently rook was better on f5, but rook b6 I understand. You control the whole 6. You move the rook as far away from the forks as possible. And you should just probably grab this pawn and play safe, yeah? You should just grab this pawn. Last pawn that kind of provides some forks, some mating threats. And I think black should just play this position. It may be not the win, but you know, you can slowly improve and push this pawn and create problems, okay? Like, if Alireza had this position against blue pawn, you know, this would be actually very close, okay? And I think Keimer in this position has more chances to win than Alireza did against the blue pawn. So that's kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I did not expect the candidate. I did not expect the last round to last this long, to be honest, especially the critical games. But okay, here we are. You know, let's look at some other games, and it's still equal. Yeah. My God. The point is, if you take this pawn, rook takes, you hit this guy, yeah, and it's spin, so you don't have bishop h6, and it's draw. All right. So how do you play this position? Yeah, black needs to play something like this, yeah, and then white has very good chances to draw this, but it's still gonna be a fight, of course, yeah. But it's very good chance to draw this. Actually, I want to see this game. So Aparin did lose. He got into time trouble, and Pomidorov is very good with tactics. H4. Novelty of the year. G1. Yeah, but now with the pawn on H6, this you don't have this G6 F5, yeah? This is critical. If the pawn was on H7, you can play G6 and black is fine. But with the pawn here, G6 falls for F5. And white has advantage. Now white has very strong bishop, and the G file, and these pawns are weak, so potentially knight comes here and queen here, and black is in a big problem. So knight e8 is correct. Knight d6, best place for the knight. Pawn and knight behind. Okay, central pawn and knight behind are like the best things, the best combination of pieces and pawns you can have. Like in London, e4 and knight on e3. In this structure, d4, knight on d3, okay? But in this particular case, bishop on d3. These small things, they are relevant. Don't trade the queens, yeah. If you trade the queens, white's advantage is gone. So, switching the game now over. Taking some squares. Black wants to do this, but knight goes to f4. Very good. f3, logical. You might want to play e4 if the king is here, because then very quickly things escalate. E4 anyway, yeah. Yeah. White is using the time that black gave him when he put this knight on this awful square. So temporarily with this knight here, white is threatening stuff. Okay, and black also has 7 minutes to make 9 moves. In this complicated position, this is not easy. So he finds the best move, d5. Okay, this is playing for tricks. Knight d3 is normal. Threatening the pawn and then moving the knight here. This is just playing for time. And this is a mistake, yeah. This is really bad rook here. Rook h8, rook f8, yeah. The problem with this rook is now it's going to get hit when the queen gets here. Also, what is black going to do with this knight? Yeah, he puts him back, and that's a critical mistake. That is a critical mistake. Yeah, amazing how white pushes pawns everywhere. Yeah, king is open, but the bishop protects everything, and black king is in trouble. So he decides to give up the pawn, and he almost makes time control, but this pawn is very important, okay? This pawn is super important. Knight d7 check, and this was a final blunder actually. Knight d7 check wins the game, yeah? So, yeah, this knight e8 is actually unexplainable, but the big mistake was this, yeah? Yeah, I don't think he expected a5 b4. The position was already not that good. But after this, like, it's lost, yeah. So b6 probably should have been played still, but then rook e2, rook c2. And then black king is like in huge trouble. Yeah. Dvoretsky explained this problem: if you have two knights competing for the square, same square, and only one knight can stand there, this is a problem, okay? It's a classical example. So after rook here, what did he blunder? Check. And this. Yeah, as I told you, we are very good with tactics, okay? So, perfect execution of your opponent time trouble. Let's see, let's go back. Okay, black did take the pawn, and now we are in for a very, very long game. Fortunately for us, the timers are not that big, but, you know, black has a simple plan. King here, rook here, push the pawn. Okay. And it's actually not easy for white. It's not going to be easy for white. Here, king g7. If you put the rook here, see, one mistake and black is winning, okay? Just an example. So white now has to decide where to place these knights. He also has to be aware of this a4, b3, okay, pawn break. So, not easy position for white to play. The engine says it's equal, but because it's a fucking engine, okay? It can calculate, like, in this position, it can probably calculate like 30 moves deep, maybe 40 moves deep, and find the best, you know, piece setup for white. and coordination. Usually in positions like this, there is what's called the corresponding squares. Corresponding squares, like where the pieces move in accordance to where your opponent is moving, okay? So it's like this intricate dance. You look at your opponent and then you respond, and you have to respond in kind. But it's absolutely... I can tell you, white is very sad, because only black can win this, and you have to be precise. This is the case of what happened today in the Giri's game. Giri versus Niemann. This is exactly the same scenario, except that Giri here is Keimer and Hans here is Erigasi. Okay, so white is under pressure. 93 makes a lot of sense. And this rook is probably best on the 5th rank. So rook e5 is probably good, but then king d3. And the question is, if you put the rook here, the king is being centralized. Yeah? Best place for white king is here. Close to the knight, protecting the knight, hitting the rook, and making sure black rook moves away from this perfect central location. Then you want to hit the pawn, yeah, consistently. So, not easy. Can you play a4 here? It's a very good question. This is a very good question. Knight c3, b2, king here, rook c5, and... Huh? Ah, you have tactics. I forgot you have tactics. And now we have this endgame, which is probably dead draw, because you have this pawn alive, yeah? Rook comes here, pawn comes here, and it's draw. Are you trying to compare Abasov with Blue Bomb? I'm sorry, but Blue Bomb is way more experienced and solid than the youngster like Abasov. And Abasov is not that bad, by the way. I mean, you have these very strong sentiments about players. And I think the only time you can make such strong sentiments is if you actually play them, or study their games. Only then you can be sort of objective, okay? Because, you know, I get it. We have personal preferences. Everybody does. You know, I get it. But, you know, I'm trying to be objective because, you know, I played so many people in my life. I can compare different times, different people, their ages and strength, and, you know, okay? Because, you know, I have this huge experience, I can do that. But can you really compare different youngsters in different time periods, yeah? And then, like, make a statement. You don't have to, but, you know, if you want to be objective, then you should be able to know the people you're talking about. All right. Wonder where Evander gone wrong, Liang? They agreed on a draw, yeah? Maybe he didn't go wrong. Maybe his just opponent played correctly. Okay, here he had advantage, yeah? So this is the moment. Yeah, this is definitely the moment. This is where you play bishop g7 without thinking, okay? Because bishop belongs here, you put pressure, and bishop belongs here. This is that moment where you just have to make some move just because, you know, it has to be made, yeah? I understand he wanted to keep the bishop here, to attack this pawn. Probably that's what he wanted to do. And that's also okay. But he played this move. Kind of makes sense. But the problem is that Abdusattorov is a very good calculator. And after this, yes, it does look good, but the knight has no good square to go because there is rook e2. So he's forced to play this, and Abdusattorov calculates this, and he's just taking this pawn. So this is pretty much forced, and white now got the best setup. Knight is here, cutting off this rook, protecting the pawn, and this pawn under threat. King c1, the only move. And okay, draw game. Yeah. You only have in a game where you play versus strong players, you have only one chance. You have to recognize this chance, and you have to be absolutely precise about it. Okay, because you don't get. If you get one chance, you should consider yourself lucky, because most of these players, they play like a machine. Okay, most of these guys, they play first line moves. They're that strong. And if one of them makes a mistake, you should be like thanking gods that you have this chance. So Liang is not quite that experienced. Abdusattorov already played all the top players. He has huge experience now at the top. But he was very unlucky in this tournament because everybody knew that he was one of the top guns, so they played against him extremely carefully. And he was not in a good form. He was not exploiting best chances, and I think he lost some games. Yeah, who did he lose to? He actually didn't lose, but +3 is a very good score. +3 is an incredible score in an event like this, but it's just not enough. See, he didn't lose a single game. He played, okay, draw with Svein. Svein is good, strong opponent. Puranik, he beat Puranik. He drew Parham, actually. Parham, who was steamrolling everybody in the beginning of the tournament. Then he drew this Erdogmus kid, very dangerous. How to say this? Underrated, extremely underrated. Then he drew this Rothstein, very strong player from Israel. Strong theoretical player, impossible to beat, was black, pretty much. Then he beat Tabatabai with white, excellent result. Then he drew black with Mishra. Again, black is very hard to win these days. Most of the whites you have that's where you're gunning for the wins, okay? So he drew with Mishra and he couldn't get past the blue pawn with whites, okay? Ideally, you would want to play with blue pawn with black and play with Mishra with white, but he was not lucky. Okay, he played with Mishra with black, he couldn't win, and then he couldn't beat blue pawn with white, and you already lost 1 point. Okay, and then he played black with Nihal Sarin. Again, very unlucky. Do you realize how difficult it is to win with black against strong opponent? So he drew him, and now in the last round he plays white against Liang. This is his only chance. He had to win. But already at this point it was too late. Even if he won this game, he would not qualify. Okay? So his only chance that he messed up was he should have beat Erdogmus in this tournament in the 5th round with white. Okay? That was his only probably moment where he could have done better. Alright? But it's very easy to say in the hindsight. Because the way I see it, defeating Rothstein with black is nigh impossible, okay? I don't know about black against Mishra, but I would say it was also against Siren with black win. Okay, I would say it's impossible also, okay? So again, there is a lot of luck with your pairings and with the correct colors. I think Abdusattorov actually did the maximum, and today he was very lucky to survive, actually, okay? So +3 is a fantastic performance, but it's just unfortunately it's not enough for a first place. Okay, it's just unlucky. What can I say? All right, let's go back here. Yeah, so he realizes that knight has to be on f2, knight on e4, knight on f2, and that is the correct way to play this. Yeah. So, very interesting. Yeah, I don't understand why Keimer doesn't put the king on g7 and try to run this pawn with the king. That I don't understand. Yeah, he should have played king g7 for sure. Because this, yeah, he forces the knight on f2. Okay, now he can play king g7. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. The idea is if this runs always into... Oh my god, are you saying this is a draw? No way. Wow, this is actually a draw. 2 pawns down. And the biggest problem is that you cannot hit this pawn. And then it's a draw, yeah, because if white takes this pawn and then hits this pawn, it's a draw. Oh my god, this is actually a draw. If that is a draw, then black chances to win this game are minimal. I wouldn't say non-existent, but absolutely minimal. Who wins the tiebreaks? It doesn't matter. If Keimer wins, then he shares first, second place with Geary, and they both qualify. The big question is, if Keimer does not win, then Bluebaum probably wins the tiebreaks and he qualifies. Yeah. Chess Dojo guys would be livid with Bluebaum. I don't know why. I have huge respect for Bluebaum. He's been my teammate for many years. I have huge respect for the guy. He's been extremely unlucky, and he didn't play as many tournaments as he did. But he came always very solid result, always great preparation. One of the very good Blitz players. I think, you know, everybody deserves a chance in their lives, and he got a break finally, and he got his chance. So it's fine. I don't see a problem with that. Solid but not as ambitious. Who cares? You know, again, it's his time to shine. Let him have it, okay? Let him have it. I am pretty sure Dojo guy is just very unhappy with Hans losing to Geary, but that's on Hans actually, okay? He had his chance during the game, he missed it, and his opening preparation for today's game was pretty bad, okay? I mean, Geary actually, that was a master class by Geary on how to prepare and how to squeeze water out of the stone today, and how to provoke your opponent into making a mistake, okay? That was the master class by Geary today. Pretty much. Okay, but I'm just curious how lucky Anish was in this event. Let's just check, okay? How lucky Anish was, because I think there was a lot of luck involved. So, let's see. He actually won with black against this guy, but then he had 2 whites and he made 2 draws, okay? Okay, having 2 whites in a row is actually already a big advantage, because if you start with the first black in a tournament, ideally you're gonna have 6 blacks and 5 whites, okay? However, he now got 2 whites in a row. That means you're gonna have more whites than blacks. That's already sign number 1 that things are looking up for you. The fact that he didn't win a single game out of these 2 whites is not that good. But the fact that you play more whites than black in a tournament is actually great news, okay? He actually made 3 draws then. So out of 4 games, he had +1 compared to, you know, Parham's like was already like +4, yeah? So clearly, he was not looking good at that moment. However, next whites, he had a party and he managed to win, okay? That was huge win. And he got very lucky in this game against Murizi, because you know, Murizi is extremely talented, but he is extremely unexperienced yet, okay? So with white, I remember this game, Murizi just self-destructed, like pretty much in the opening. So every win with black, if you can do it, is like monumental, okay? So this was extremely lucky pairing for him. He managed to exploit the youngster's opening. Yeah, he got caught in the opening, but then he was -1 here, okay? He was -1, and yet he wins this game, okay? Because Maurizi does not makes a mistake in this position. He prepared the line, but he doesn't have experience playing this line, okay? Obviously, things will change, but now black is better, and black is just steamrolled him, okay? Possibly white can provide more resistance here. Yeah, rook d4, rook c4, closing the c file, providing escape route for the king. White can definitely put up more resistance. But I'm pretty sure Marc-André at this point, he decided to gamble. He was very upset about the opening, that after 18 moves he is worse, and he just pretty much collapsed here. It's already -3, okay? And pretty much lost game. So I would say Giri was extremely lucky in this tournament. And then draw with Mishra with white, and he drew with Parham, and he played his compatriot Van Forest with white, okay? So what made Giri extremely lucky is these pairings. White against Van Forest. Draw with black against Max Tudlu is perfect, okay? This win with black against Maurizi. I would say there's a great deal of luck. And he make a draw with black against Alireza, so he used his whites, I would say, against weaker opponents. He got white, critical, and okay, he got some blacks here also, yeah. So he used all these chances against weaker opponents. Not weaker, but lower L, okay. It's not correct to say weaker, because lower L players, they also can be extremely well played, yeah, in this tournament. But yeah, I would say he got very lucky with his parents, okay? And today's game was another, but okay, today he deserved, yeah? He displayed his full understanding of his opponent, weaknesses, psychological weaknesses, and he used it. So, okay, deserved winner. Again, nothing about that. But I did say he was a little bit lucky, especially with those 2 whites in a row, yeah? Because otherwise he would get more blacks. If you get more blacks, I'm pretty sure the tournament would be completely different for him. But those 2 whites in a row, they changed pretty much everything. Okay, I'm just curious, what about Alireza? Alireza also got 2 whites in a row, yeah? Alright, let's see. Alireza won 2 games and he lost to Parham. Then he actually couldn't beat this guy with whites, okay, but then he beat Shankland with black. All right, transposition, good. Draw with black against this guy. Win with white against this guy. He was pretty lucky there. Draw with white against Neiman, but he beat Nihal with black. Very impressive. Yeah, draw with white against Anish, and today he played blue bound. Yeah. So, yeah, kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. That's, see, Alireza should have beat him yesterday. Yeah, Alireza played white against Giri yesterday. He should have won this game, but he didn't win this game. Yeah, it was actually crazy how easily Giri equalized against him with black. Actually, pretty crazy. Look at this. Knight a3, probably some preparation or something, but I'm not impressed with this move at all. Okay, this is standard, but bishop d3 is normally played, yeah. Yeah, also I don't understand why he had to play knight c3. Why would you play knight c3? I would say at this position, white has zero advantage, okay? Zero advantage. Yeah. I mean, if you want to win the tournament, you should beat guys like Giri with white color, okay? If you cannot do this, then you don't deserve to win the tournament, I'm sorry. All right, let's go back to our last rounds. What is that game? Oh, they agreed on a draw. Okay, that's it. Come on, how can you agree on a draw, man? How can you agree on a draw here? You should play for a win with black. Come on, Vincent. Okay, I'm pretty sure Vincent saw that, you know, blue bomb qualifies and he felt very happy for his teammate and he just fixed the draw, even though it cost his own chances. But normally you play this position with black, okay? Because you cannot lose with black. You can only win this. And you play this, okay? If this was Giri, he would play this with black, okay? I can guarantee you. If this was Carlsen, he would play this with black. You should play this position with black. Because you cannot lose, you can only win. That is terrible. It's official. Blue bomb is in the candidates and Giri luckily avoided. Yeah, I mean, again, big Swiss like this, there is huge luck in the pairings. In the colors, pairings, and in the form. Keimer's crashed psychologically from yesterday. What happened yesterday? What did I miss yesterday? He made a draw with blue bomb yesterday. Why is he crushed? Did he miss something? Okay, he was better. Oh my god, yeah, he has a huge advantage, yeah? Knight g5 is pretty human, yeah, okay, but bishop g5 is not bad. Yeah, normally you should win this. If you don't win this, then you have a problem. Yeah, rook a7 must be played, pretty much, so the knight doesn't move. Yeah, I mean, knight rook a5 is okay. Yeah, Vincent is like... I think he ran out of energy in this tournament. And... Wait, blue bomb just blundered? Oh, guys, it's like today's game, yeah? So blue bomb had to defend worse rook and knight endgame twice. And he defended them both successfully, but yesterday he came close to losing. 94, and black is lost. My god. What happened? What happened? Why? Why would you play this? King comes, yeah. Yeah, king comes and you just win, no? Like, what the hell? 96. Okay, but even this endgame is won, no? This should be a win because king is here. And if rook goes here, stops, then you just check and rook e7 and you force this rook back and you centralize, yeah? Okay, but it's not so clear. Here, here, here. Rook c5, h4. Yeah, this rook is massive. It makes sure the king is stuck protecting this guy, can never move here. So why does winning here? Okay, this is winning endgame because these are huge weaknesses. Rook is perfectly placed. Perfectly placed. This is a win, yeah. And now you just slowly come in. Rook e2, h5, yeah. Fix this weakness. And f4, and that's it, yeah, you win. My god, he did not win this game. Oh, he went for this knight and rook. If this was rook endgame, it was winning. But if it's knight, my god, it's still winning. Oh, it's still winning. Oh, he blundered knight g3, right? That's what happened. Oh my god, yeah, knight g3, okay. Right. He's completely winning here, yeah. And because of this game now, blue bomb qualifies, yeah? Oh my god. Well, you make your own luck and fate, yeah? See, if you don't win winning position, then the guy you left off the hook, he qualifies. Poetic justice. Yep, this is poetic justice. Yep. Is it a good decision not to give candidates ticket to previous World Chess Championship challenger? They don't? Oh, they changed the tradition? That was a long time tradition where the loser of the World Chess Championship match gets automatic ticket into the next candidates. If they didn't do it, then they're very petty. I'm sorry, but that's extremely petty thing to do. That is extremely petty thing to do. You should hold the tradition. They should have given the ticket to Dink. It doesn't matter if he sucks. You know, the tradition is more important. Blue Bomb World Champion? Well, first of all, he's not going to win the candidates, okay? He played well in this tournament, he qualified. He did not win this tournament, by the way, but he qualified, okay? But he is definitely not going to win the candidates. This is his moment to shine, but winning the candidates is a completely different story, okay? He's not going to do it. I can guarantee you that. Because there will be other guys who will be, you know, tearing world asunder in the candidates. Okay, I cannot say like 100% he's not going to win, but it's like 99%, okay? All right, let's see. Can we see the candidates? Who is playing the candidates? This is Nakamura's final chance to win the candidates. Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Fabi, Psych, these are the two qualifiers, of course. Well, the thing is, Fabi style kind of counters both of them, yeah. He kind of counters, yeah, he counters both. He definitely counters Blue Bomb, and the question in my mind was, does he counter Giri's chess style? And yeah, he does. Okay, so Fabi is very excited, sure. Fabi's also got only 2 chances left for the World Chess Championship. But again, with the current world champion we have, he actually has more. Yeah, the title opened up. Okay, the title is opened up, and everybody has a chance. Okay, pretty much everybody has a chance. When Magnus was the world champion, none of these guys would have any chance at all, with the exception of maybe Fabiano. Okay, he would be very close. Even Alireza would not have a chance because he's just completely unstable. So, yeah, but on the other hand, you know, if we have candidates where we have Dink, which is fine. Yeah, actually, I think they should have left Dink in. They should have left him. They should have continued the tradition. I think breaking the tradition like this is extremely dangerous. It's very bad precedent. Very bad. I don't like it. It's terrible, actually. Because they're saying Ding is not the world champion. Pretty much, okay? I mean, first of all, he was the world champion, okay? That alone should have given him the ticket to the candidates. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, to be honest. All right. So Naka is in the candidates, right? He wins all these American state championships and he qualifies for the candidates. Sounds good. Fabi in the candidates. Who else? So Naka, Fabi, Blue Baum, Giri. We have 4 more spots, yeah? Who else? Who else? Prague. Why is Prague there? Because, wait, how many from the circus? Not circus. How many from the FIDE circus? Again, sorry. How many from the FIDE circuit? No, okay, but seriously, FIDE circuit is like FIDE circus. You know, I'm sorry, but okay. I I I I think it's the same. Yes, it's a FIDE circus. I know. Circus is better. Yes, of course. Um, um, okay. One from 24 and one from 24 and 25. Okay, so that means Nakamura is from 25 and Prague from 24. Okay, so that's 5 people. Where are the 3 other spots? They go to Elo, yeah, or something. How many from the Elo spots? Probably 1. Okay, anyway, looking right now we have, and there is no Nepo, yeah. Remember last time in the candidates, Nepo drew Fabi and eliminated him from the World Chess Championship match, yeah. Oh my God, that was a circus too. Jesus Christ, man. So now there is no Nepo to screw up Fabi's chances. Okay. Oh wait, Naka is from Elo? Oh yeah, he's from Elo, not from the circus. Correct. Okay, he is from the states, yeah, championships. Sure. That's a different kind of circus. Sorry. It's 8 people always. Well, the FIDE circus and the Elo circus. You take a pick. Yeah, I don't give. uh, the states are only for games. Okay, but he gains Elo points there too. Okay, if he was losing Elo points, then what's the point? So he is getting games and he is gaining Elo points. He's actually 2800 and he won some like 6 or 5 points already. That's actually very smart, you know? Like where else could you gain 5-6 points at 2800 Elo? And he found absolute like winning tickets without losing anything. Okay? Why? Because of the FIDE stupid Elo system. He found a way to game it. Good job, man. You know, Naka is like a professional gamer, okay? He's not only a professional streamer, he's a professional gamer. He should be like playing poker because he can calculate the odds and the best scenarios, okay? The man is a fucking genius. If he played poker professionally, he would beat this poker kid. You know, he would give them all like huge run for their money. Yeah. Yeah, but he doesn't play professionally. And I'm talking if he played professionally and he pulled all that, you know, all his skill into it, he would be a fucking monster, okay? But okay, doesn't matter. So we know who the 5 people are, yeah? 1 from Elo, 2 from the FIDE 25, 24. Wait, that's 3 people. That's 3 people. That's 3 people. Okay, World Cup. World Cup this year. Right. 2 more people from there. There is World Cup in India. There are 2 more people coming from there.
All right, yeah. Those, I think those are the last ones we need to know, yeah? Uh, oh yeah, yeah, three people for the, right, right. That's, I mean, who came with this idea of three people, okay? It should be two. I mean, like, you have a knockout system, right? You end up with 2 or 4 people. How can you end up with 3 people? Who was the genius who decided that? It makes like zero fucking sense, okay? Absolutely nuts. So 3 people from the World Cup and we got our candidates, right? Right now, guys, despite all this fun, we make of Naka, he is a fucking strong player, okay? He is not worse than Geary. Trust me, he is not worse than Geary at all. He came very close last candidates. He is a fantastic player, a great understanding of tactics, strategy, now psychology. He's more than experienced, okay? So Fabi and Naka right now are the biggest candidates for the World Chess Championship title, and of course, if either one of them qualifies, they are practically champions, okay? Gukish does not have a chance, to be honest, against either one of them. So, and these guys know it. That's why they want in these candidates, because whoever wins the candidates pretty much guarantees himself the World Chess Championship title. I must apologize to Gukish, no disrespect, man, but the kid got very lucky. He played against Dink. He got extremely lucky winning last candidates when nobody took him seriously. But this time they will take him seriously, and once they do, he will have no chances of successful defense of his title. So, yeah, the one who wins the candidates wins the World Chess Championship, pretty much. Yeah. Well, everybody has a nemesis, and Naka's nemesis is Vidit. You know, everybody has one. It doesn't matter who you are. Um, I was surprised, but okay, it makes sense, to be honest. Vidit is actually, he is a very dark horse, yeah? Unpredictable. Hmm. I'm just trying to think who is Fabi's nemesis. Because it doesn't have. I mean, Magnus. Okay, Magnus is like in a league of his own. Yeah, he is everybody's raid boss, pretty much. But for Fabi, yeah, I would say Nepo because of his antics. Yeah, he managed to really stop him last candidates. So Nepo was kind of his nemesis in a way, and Nepo did qualify for the Magnus match twice. Yeah, but Nepo is gone now. So who else will stop Fabiano? I have no idea. I don't see anybody who can stop him except Naka. Naka can stop him, of course. And it's going to be actually a huge battle, of course. Yeah, Naka and Fabio, they go back years. Yeah. So, anybody else? And okay, Giri. Giri. Let's not forget about Giri. Yeah. They might think Giri is fun and draw master and make all the jokes, but the guy is still, still very good. He is not to be taken lightly. Not maybe as good as Naker or Fabiano, but he is now actually his prime, as I mentioned, yeah. So I should not take him out. He is definitely the third most experienced in the tournament, I would put it that way, okay? So after Fabiano, Naka goes second, and then I put Giri, okay? Then I put Giri. Of course, we haven't seen who will win the World Cup yet, because pretty sure all these guys will go there, right? Last time the World Cup was completely screwed by Magnus, because he felt he needed this World Cup title. He got the title and he never played in the candidates, yeah? So he screwed all those people who were trying to get into the candidates. So I lost my respect to Magnus after that, because he put himself way above others and he screwed the system. So I'm sorry, I have zero respect for Magnus now. So in this World Cup there will be no, fucking jokers to screw this up, and the winner of the World Cup, if his name will be Ali Reza or Vincent Keimer, that'll be very interesting for the candidates. That would make things very interesting. But, just like in this tournament we have Blue Baum as a surprise, the World Cup has its own surprises. Yeah, and then Keimer had actually very good chances of making to the finals. And, looking at his game, he is doing well, he is playing well, he is preparing well. Okay, there's no reason not to think that he would not do well in the World Cup, yeah? But the World Cup is a very tricky tournament. If you lose one game, and second game a draw, is you're out. You're out permanently. Okay, you don't have any other chances. You don't play anybody else. You're just completely out. Okay, so the World Cup is just absolutely ruthless tournament. One game and luck in the World Cup is way more important than in this Grand Swiss event. Okay. So I'm thinking, who else have chances? I would say in the World Cup, all these guys like Abdusatorov, even Aronian, who actually excels in this format, okay, they actually have good chances. So even Ivanchuk, remember last time he got eliminated by, again, Magnus, yeah? But he was having good tournaments. So this World Cup tournament will be extremely interesting. The only thing, it will be in India. I don't know about you guys, but India is a very special place. I would even say it's kind of magical place, because like in Las Vegas, you never talk about things that happen in India. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Goa. What's the difference? I'm very bad at geography. Is Goa is located. It's actually India. It's a state on the southwestern coast of India. Ah, wait. It's not India, right? It's kind of weird. Why are they like separate state at all? Huh? There's this whole India all around, and Goa is a state, yeah? My God. State within India. That's crazy. Okay. Well, the organization should be good, but I don't know. Kind of crazy thing, to be honest. I mean, India is very hot with chess, yeah? But they have so many, they're pumping out so many Indian talents that I think the state kind of stopped sponsoring chess so much, because now they got the champion, yeah, they wanted, and they got the women's champions now, yeah. So and thousands of them are, thousands of Indian kids are playing chess. So we're gonna be oversaturated with Indian talents. So I think the state is currently like cutting the aid. Yeah. Who was my nemesis back then? Well, Anand was my nemesis, biggest, um, until our Sanginagar match. And after that match, things got really murky. Then when I came back, I felt like I was playing with him. I played against Vichy. Then I broke his spell on me. Okay. But my biggest nemesis, I would say overall, is Gelfand, because he stopped my candidates. He first stopped me in 2007, and then he stopped me in 2011. So I would say that Gelfand was my biggest nemesis, because he stopped my candidates run. Yeah, it was kind of my fault too, because I had to draw with white in the fourth game, and just to qualify, and I played this ridiculous thing. And I saw the draw, and then I didn't play it. I still cannot explain what happened. I would say that like Hand of God actually happened. Probably he was more deserving, I guess. But it's kind of weird, because I mean, imagine you see the line that makes a draw, and you don't play it for some reason, and that reason I still do not understand, okay? I saw the drawing line, and I did not play it. I don't understand what happened, okay? Some probably act of God or something. It was kind of crazy, actually. Yeah. All right, but Gelfand played for the World Chess Championship match against Vichy, and it was extremely close match. So I guess it's fair, because Boris was playing chess like since he was a kid, and I think he deserved to play the match, so that's fine. I played my match against Karpov, yeah. So, and Boris was always like one of the best players in the past. He and Ivanchuk are the same year, guys. I don't think you. Many people know Ivanchuk, but I don't think many people know Gelfand. And he's the same year, and he was just as strong, and he actually did much better than Vasya in the candidates. Yeah, much better. Vasya like couldn't stand the candidates in the younger years. Yeah, and Boris like actually went very far. But in Sankhinagar, he lost to Karpov. Can you imagine? Karpov played, after losing that title against Kasparov, he actually played in the FIDE semi-finals. Actually, quarterfinals in Sankhinagar, he played against Gelfand. That was crazy, because I played against Anand, and then I played against Salov, which was the finals, and then Karpov won his finals, and then we both played. So I think Karpov actually did a crazy thing. He actually, played in the quarterfinals, and then we met in the finals. He actually proved his strength. It's kind of crazy. All right, guys. It's 5. I'm late. Not late. I'm done. Yeah. How did I fare against Kramnik? Kramnik was even fight, I would say. Yeah. Despite me winning that candidates with a huge score, I think overall we had like probably even score or something. And of course, he went on to beat Gary, and I didn't. All right, gentlemen. What happened to Salov? He got absolutely bonkers. He lost it. I mean, he already had huge mental problems when he was younger, but he got into some cult or something, and they screwed him up really badly, and he's now like absolutely crazy. Um, but okay, it's like I heard this thing. I don't know for sure. Okay, so that's a rumor. All right, guys, it's enough, and I'll see you guys probably. Today is what, Monday? I'll do yeah, on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday is the classical chess simul normally, but I think I had one last time, so this time it will be some arena or something. Okay, I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your support. See you guys. By the way, if you like my stream, put the likes, and once I put it on the YouTube later, you can put likes on YouTube. Okay. See you guys.